Chabane. So, the family has been saying it's not just a loss for them. They understand that many people are going to come through, those they know and those that they don't know, because this is somebody who worked for South Africa, who worked for his people. That's exactly the sentiment that we're getting from everybody in this village. And Ayanda, strikingly, is the hundreds of people who've been coming to the house. There's absolutely no place to park. But you would park a couple of kilometers away and you would walk. You'd walk the dusty streets. And many are saying, we're going to walk these streets the way that Collins Chabane did for so many years, humbly so. Every time he returned to Shikundu, there'd be a celebration that the son of Shikundu has arrived. They would slaughter, they would dance, he would greet young people, have talks. He could fit anywhere. That's exactly what we're getting. And I tell you, there is I think as much as his political role is so significant, it's so rich. But to hear the stories you'll never get in any newspaper is the ones that you get from the people of Shikundu. Absolutely phenomenal.
What's rather unfortunate, Griselda, is the fact, I suppose it's human nature, that we only celebrate such people once they are late. It is rather unfortunate. But Vuyo, Griselda and I spoke during the course of the week, and she took me through this man's biography. Pretty impressive. And the way he set up the structures here in Limpopo, in the job that he did not only for the ANC, but for government, provincially, nationally. Speak to us a little bit about what he leaves behind in terms of his legacy and the work that he actually did, often very quietly in the background.
Well, it is probably, shall we call it, a sign of the times, where people were so rich in what they had to offer South Africa. We only get to hear about their real stories, about who they actually were, only when they die. And I think it's probably a lesson, more especially to the ANC, to say if you have such people with the incredible, who have been able to do so many incredible things, not just for the ANC, but for their communities, not only for their communities, but for their families. I mean, we've had an impact wherever they went. Why is it that such people's deeds, ideas, intellect, you name it, all the things we've heard about Collins Chabane, why aren't those things celebrated while those people are alive? Because I think that it's the sort of thing that would work, in fact, that would work for the organization, the party itself, but also, I mean, the values that Collins Chabane embodied are the sorts of values everyone is crying to have. Everyone is saying, this is who we need to be. These are the values that he stood for, the kind of his humility, being down to earth, are the sort of things that they're saying they're missing in today's political environment. So why did we have to wait until he died for those values to? Because I think it would be good for the ANC. I think it would be good that we have parliamentarians, or the kinds of parliamentarians that Collins Chabane was, and to really promote those values while those people are alive and say, look at so and so, look at how they carried themselves. I mean, in a world where you have youngsters who believe that accruing material positions and not having to work hard for anything is what matters, and for them it's about grabbing and grabbing and grabbing. Here's someone who sacrificed his education, worked underground for so many years. Not surprising that his family displayed the kind of attitude to, Griselda, you're saying they displayed towards journalists. It's precisely because they'd gotten so used to actually losing this man to the country, losing this man to the world. So they know and they appreciate, the things that he has done. And so it's not surprising that they treated journalists the way they did. And perhaps selfishly, if you like, they wanted his story to be told, and they knew that the people who stood between him and the world were us, who are able to tell those stories. But are we telling enough of those stories? Are we being given, do we grab the opportunities that we have to tell these stories and less of the stories that we pick up on a daily basis by people who arrive on the scene like very late and who have very little at times, if anything at all, to actually offer? Maybe it's a lesson to us as well, not just a finger is not pointing only at politicians, but to us as well. Say, do we pause and take a step or two back and look at, and say, who are these people? that we talk to every day. Who are these people here, there, and everywhere? Do they really embody the sort of values that we want to promote as a
So we need to dig a little deeper. But talking about telling stories and our responsibility as journalists and also as the SABC, let us welcome our SABC2 viewers. Thank you so much for joining us. We are discussing the man who, as we've come to know, was a giant and often the wind beneath the wings of many a politician, working in the sidelines, in the shadows, but putting together strategies and making sure that there's consensus on the ground. We are speaking of the late Minister Colin Chabane. A moment or two ago, we saw some clergymen, some men and women of the cloth have come here. We also saw some of the ministers who are here. We believe that they will be part of the proceedings today. They have started making their way here. And I'm going to hand over to you, Griselda, because you're going to take us through what is expected today in terms of the program.
Oh, that's right. Thank you very much, Yanda. We welcome our viewers here on SABC2 as well. If you've just joined us, we're coming to you live here from Limpopo, where the funeral service of the late Minister of Public Service and Administration is underway. I'm not on my own. I'm with my colleagues here, Vuyo Mfoko and Mike Maringa, who've been covering the land and breadth of this area, trying to bring you the many views that we've heard of this late minister. Many, of course, would have known the late Minister Chabane in office and, what he did for development in this country, his contribution. But certainly the stories, Mike, that we're also getting here is of a young boy who walked the dusty streets of Shikundu, his village. And I can tell you certainly last night, Vuyo, just to start there, when the body of the minister had arrived here in Shikundu, we saw hundreds of people lining the streets waiting for the body of the late minister to arrive. It was quite a scorcher. The weather conditions here, we're not quite used to these weather conditions, but extremely hot. But people just lined the streets and they waited for hours. They were not sure when the cottage would arrive, but certainly, Vuyo, quite a story that needs to be told here this morning.
No, certainly. I mean, he's an incredible man. And there are things that we got to know about Colin Chabane this past week. And you ask yourself, what is that as a nation? What is it? What are the values that we stand for? What are the sort of things that we want to promote? If we could lead, of so many things that he did, of so many things that he was and stood for, what then are the values that we are promoting as a nation? And this goes to all of us as journalists, it goes to politicians, it goes to everyone. We should really take a step or two back and say, seeing what we saw,
yes,
what is it really that we should be doing moving forward differently, perhaps?
All right, we'll chat to you very shortly. Come back to you, to my other colleague, Mike. Let's take a look at this insert that gives a bit of context into what is expected to take place here today and exactly who we are talking about.
This morning, we're joined by Limpopo's MEC for Public Works, Colin Chabane. This time, we're not talking to him about a new route to Limpopo or other public works developments. We're talking to him about his route to the musical scene. Collins is a member of a music band, Movement. The band will be performing at Kippi's next week, and he's here to tell us about his music. MEC, good morning to you. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Music. What is it, the attraction there for you?
It's a form of relaxing and to provide some of the things which people don't find in normal circumstances.
So you write your own music?
I write my own music. I play.
Do you communicate a particular message? Do you try and say something through your song?
Yeah, we do, both on instrumental songs and those which have got vocals.
And you've got 3 albums now. This is your 3rd one. It's called Duma.
Yes.
Why is it called Duma?
Duma is a title track. The first track on this album is Aya Duma Makosikas, Angene Parliament.
Okay.
So that is the title track. So we just took Duma out because it's easier for people to understand and for people to say it.
Now, what instrument do you play? What is your favorite instrument?
I play mbira, I play harmonica, and I do almost all the percussions except the hoshos on all the songs.
So there's a lot of work involved in the composition of a song for you, because you write and then you do so many varied instruments there as well.
Yes, but fortunately we've got a very good team which we work together.
How old is Movement, your group with Basil Makombe?
No, we started in 1999. And now we're in 2003, we hope to go forward.
Yeah, and your career and your life in music goes back to your time on Robben Island.
Yes, I started playing my first instrument, which was a harmonica in Robben Island. I self-taught. I had to sit in the toilet for long periods at night and practice until I almost perfected the instrument.
And the people never said to you, "You're making noise, we're trying to sleep"?
No, they used to enjoy it, anyway. There was no other thing to do, so they used to enjoy it.
Some form of relief.
Well, if you just joined us, you're watching a live special broadcast here of the late Minister of Public Service and Administration, Collins Chabane. I tell you, thousands of people have descended on Limpopo to come and bid the minister farewell. People from all walks of life, ordinary South Africans, dignitaries who are here to say goodbye to a man who's made such a significant contribution towards the development of this country in the various portfolios that he occupied in government. You would recall, so rich also in this province that in 1998 he was the MEC at the time of Public Works, quite instrumental, Vuyo and Mike, in the roads agency, the establishment of that roads agency that would fast track the upgrading of roads, and also in the very same administration of the then Premier Ngwako Ramatlhodi. He was also the MEC of economic development, also tasked very importantly to spearhead economic development here. Vuyo, I mean, you've been in the political sphere for many years, for decades, if I may. And I mean, Collins Chabane, the contribution that he has made certainly is something that is echoing here at Shikundu, in Polokwane, and the various other villages across the length and breadth of Limpopo.
Well, no doubt. I mean, it shouldn't surprise anyone, especially because, I mean, here's a man...
Just to bring you to speed there, Vuyo, just towards our right there, we can see that the procession is just about arriving here at the sports grounds. It's expected to make its way inside this marquee that has been erected here, Vuyo. Certainly a moment that will give perhaps closure to the family and the people of this province who so dearly loved the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Vuyo.
Well, I think as with any funeral, evokes some emotions. People actually get to see him for the last time before he's put to his final resting place. So you will be seeing people breaking down, crying as they remember, but also celebrate the life of Jack. So we will be seeing a lot of that, but tribute as well as people reflect on a life well lived. So for the next few hours, it is going to be quite a mix of emotion. Others are, you know, for there will be. The next hours are not maybe pleasant in some instances, as at the things that he has done, at the be moment as people, as the penny will be dropping on many people. We are actually seeing him.
That some of the family members, of course, are inside some of the vehicles accompanying the hearse. The family that we're seeing, some of the brothers I see there, the elderly brothers who the SABC has certainly been liaising with over the past week in terms of developments and the state of preparedness for today's state course, if you're there listening or even watching, you would know that this is a state funeral set aside, of course, for ministers that are in office, who pass away, of course, ministers in office. And, the kind of protocol that goes with all of the security is quite tight here at the moment. A lot of people who've been coming towards the hearse to try and catch a glimpse, perhaps, of the coffin, just being pushed back slightly here at the moment to give some way for the family and for the coffin to go through into this marquee that has been erected here just behind us. Mike?
Yes, Griselda, indeed, Vuyo touched on a very serious matter of the family getting on a healing process. Yesterday, when we spoke to the younger brother, who's the spokesperson of the family, Chabane, he indicated that it only started sinking in yesterday when he got into the province, when he went into his brother's house at Star Park. That's where he got to realize that his brother is no more, his brother is late. And also, let's talk about the media contingents that it's here. It's unbelievable. We've got a lot of people that are waiting for that coffin to come out of the hearse. And also the family, as you have alluded, that they are now coming with this procession. We must also indicate that Minister Chabane was a member of EPC. We are seeing them, they are here in their numbers, wearing their trademark jackets. That's where this procession is coming from. So it's a very emotional time for the people of Shikundu. Some can see they are staying from far, some are outside this venue. They can't make it because, as you have indicated earlier on, that people were trickling in numbers. So it is very difficult. But as you can see now, the ANC Secretary, Gwede Mantashe, is making his way in. He's with the Chief of Avenda, King Tony Pramabulane, and other dignitaries. So these are some of the things that we'll be seeing now before the official work starts.
And certainly for the rest of the program here, we know we're speaking on behalf of the family as well, is Hosi Mhinga. Hosi Mhinga is somebody who grew up with, some of the older brothers of Collins Chabane. Certainly he was telling us a little bit earlier on in the week, Vuyo and Mike, before Collins Chabane had gone into exile, he went to go ask for permission to leave the village from Hosi Mhinga's father, and then he was given, it's that dignity, it's that respect, Vuyo, that we've been hearing about over the past week, about somebody who respected his elders, who would ask for permission to go into exile, be given that permission, and go on, I think, from the age of 17 to go into the structures of the ANC, go underground, and sacrifice your entire life, the life of your family, the life of, just to also bring you up to speed, several other ministers are also walking into the marquee here as well, bringing quite some portraits here of the late minister Collins Chabane. But certainly, Vuyo, stories that I think that continue, that need to be told. The legacy is now what remains.
But do remember, just to pick up on a point you're making earlier, that it was the strategy of the ANC to actually make sure that it is in every household, it is in every structure of society, that it was the organization that was going to be omnipresent. So it wasn't coincidental that Collins Chabane would have gone to the chiefs when he was going into exile, because the ANC wanted the chiefs to be on its side. The ANC wanted the churches to be on its side. In other words, every sphere of society, the ANC wanted to make is in those structures, because remember, it was a mass struggle which had to be fought in virtually every corner and every aspect of our life. So him to have gone there was to say to the chief, is not surprising, because if you look at how the apartheid government did its thing subsequently, it started by breaking down those bonds. It started going down to the traditional chief to make sure that, to try and some fell for the apartheid government's strategy. So, but someone like Collins, who was clearly a thoroughly organized person who knew exactly what he wanted to do, he thought he would have taken it even upon himself personally to actually do something like that. Certainly, when you look at the other things that he was to do later on in life, he was a guy unelected, unopposed 6 times as the provincial secretary of the ANC. That speaks to the kind of person that he was, that he had strong community or sort of grassroots appeal and support. support, but also that he was very effective. Not too many secretaries manage to last long, especially in an organization like the ANC, where there's such a divergence of interests and of constituencies, where, fights for positions and is something that happens all the time.
But it's certainly also demonstrated in the fact that he served in the administration of all the presidents post a democracy. He served, of course, in that of Nelson Mandela, in that of President Thabo Mbeki, as well as in the administration of President Jacob Zuma, whom he met actually when he was just 20 years old in Swaziland. So he certainly seemed to have been a trusted force, if I may, within the African National Congress for so many years. I mean, the different portfolios and the significance of these portfolios that I spoke of a bit earlier here in the Limpopo legislature as well. Government, when he was minister in the presidency, certainly charged with some of the most significant positions within the ANC, within government, which shows that he was quite trusted within these structures.
Certainly. I mean, considering the history, the past 20 years of the ANC, where certain people wouldn't survive other administration. But what history, I think, proved that those who were firmly grounded within their constituencies could survive whatever was in power. And I think Collins Chabane is a classical example of that, in that, as you said, he survived different administrations. And that, I think, in large part was precisely because he was grounded. He was like grassroots level. People knew what he had to offer, and he would lead people together. He was one of those uniting personalities, irrespective of sort of factions or groupings, that people belonged to. He was one of those people who appealed to both or all factions at any particular time. And I think that was an incredible trait, that not too many people are able to pull through. I mean, certain people survive only because they are popular within a particular group that may be powerful or
But he was popular on a different cause. I think traits that we hardly get to see within, governments, not probably just in South Africa, but everybody's calling for the kind of traits that people like Collins Chabane signify, traits that people like Collins Chabane have, and saying that, the ANC as well is to go back. Many of them within the ANC have been saying that as well, to go back to what it was about in the beginning, was about the people, about ensuring that the people who elected them into these different portfolios get what they deserve. And certainly it seems to be what Collins Chabane was praised for in this particular area. Many are saying that he's somebody who never forgot. Every time he came to this area, he would consult, with the traditional leaders in this area to try and find out what is it that needs to be done for development here. And many are saying that legacy will continue. And that's clearly demonstrated, if you just us at home, by the hundreds, if not thousands of people who have gathered here at the sports ground to say goodbye to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. I also understand many other people who are still going to make their way gates there to come and say goodbye. This marquee already is quite full. Many of the other people have been given chairs to sit just around us here in the blistering sun. Certainly hasn't deterred the spirits of these thousands of people who are here to pay homage to this man. Village. Shikunda village, if you know, is about 200 perhaps kilometers away from Polokwane, which many of you may know. Just trying to peep and see then who is actually arriving. There seems to be quite a motorcade there from the presidential protection. But we'll try and look through everybody to see what's going on there.
Well, I'm actually seeing across on the other side of the hearse that's right in front of us his son. And that's the son who paid a tribute to him on Thursday at the memorial service. Very eloquent, very bright. I must say I was thoroughly impressed. I mean, he said everything he was saying it off the cuff. But listening to just how eloquent he was, how the intelligent things that he was saying, but also how he carried himself. I said, Collins Chabane has left a legacy, not only in the country, not only in Limpopo, but also in his own home. The sort of children that I think will, if they continue from where the little that we saw from him on Thursday, I think the future, even in his own home, is brighter. Youngsters who are the embodiment of all the values that their father actually stood for.
Well, certainly, they say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and it's unsurprising off the cuff about such a rich legacy of his. Many people, of course, echoing the very same sentiments about the kind of person that Collins Chabane was, a unifier who was committed to South Africa, committed to the politics, his people, committed to development, and many other, of course, structures within government. And coming to stand right here next to me at the moment, if you've just joined us for our special broadcast here, is also the ANC's Gwede Mantashe, who will certainly have a mouthful to say at the moment. I think he's trying to mug us. What's going on here? The ANC's Gwede Mantashe. If we could have a word with you, sir, just for a few minutes. If we could just,
Are you trying to
mug us?
Yeah.
I cannot. We've also got you on camera. You will be arrested. Just let's get on to the serious matters of the day, Dr. Mantashe. Certainly quite a fitting tribute that we're seeing here this morning. Thousands of people coming to celebrate the life of this man that gave to his country.
I went to the family last night, and this morning I went to the church. You can see the sorrow in the face of family members. You can see the sorrow in the face of villagers. Everybody is because he represents a village that has produced a colony. Everywhere else we can look and say, who is here, he represents the best of this village.
Let's talk about this rich legacy. The people of Shikundu want to know, what now for Collins Chabane, the son of Shikundu? There's so much that needs to be told. Vuyo and I were saying just this week, we know Minister Collins Chabane, but the stories that we've been hearing from villagers here is overwhelming. A man of immense integrity.
I've listened to many people talking about him, giving all aspects of him. There are two committees in there that will miss him greatly. He was chairing the Constitutional Committee of the ANC. He is the brain behind the constitution of the ANC. All would give you that interpretation when chips are down, when discipline give you meaning. It's not the same to back. ANC to come in with that fresh air. We must deal. And Colin was key to us being able to deal with the mosquitoes that come with the fresh air. And the other thing is that we miss him in terms of doing international work, particularly in the continent. Sudan and South Sudan stand out as that area. Western Sahara is another area that stands out as an area where Angola, he to send us. And that trip, quite strong, quite full, quite analytical, and made an intervention, it would make a difference.
I'm afraid we'll have to leave it there for now. We have to go to my colleague Mike Maringo, who is on the other side at the moment. He'll give us some great detail about what's happening on the other side of the marquee.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Criselda. Yes, the people are still trickling in numbers. There's a lot of movement where we are. The other marquee that was almost empty when we started, it's now full and people are still coming in numbers. But we are here in the village. Let's get to understand as to what do the people of Shikundu think about the sudden departure of Mr. Chabane.
This is a great loss. Shikundu hinkwayo ifumela ku na lava ku suhana Shikundu vo Mhinga wa madonsi malamlezo ilahlekeriwile munhu a nga veka ka map.
And what did he symbolize to the people of Shikunda, and what is it that he has done for this community?
Kaina, he was a messiah in his own. Loko hi kha hi kula hi ri vana lavatsongo from the primary level hi tive ku kuna munhu loyi a nga nyamalala a famba a ya kwalomu ku u ye kwihi nga swi tivi mara andha ka minkarhi hi kuma ku wa ri u ye a lwela hina ku swin'wana hi ta va na ntshunxeko. So mhaka leyi tshama yi kha yi tika a timbilwini ta hina yi kha yi hi pfuna ku twisisa ku swi vula ku mhaka leyi va nge ku na ANC mhaka leyi va nge ku ta va na ntshunxeko yi ta za endleka siku rin'wanyana hi swi kumeka yini.
And vanhu vo tala va n'wi hlamusela hi a selfless person loyi a pfuna vanhu tikweni. Do you know of anything lexi a nga xi endla ku pfuna vanhu in particular?
Ya hi sweswi hi na xikombiso kwerekeni leyi a ri ka yona i yin'wana ya tikereke leti a nga hoxa xandla swinene nga va loko yi akile leswaku vanhu vaakatiko va va na ndhawu ya khongela ka yona. Handle ka sweswo swi tele swi personal ka vanhu vo tala va sweswi va nga ku vulavuleni ku un'wana u n'wi yise exikolweni, un'wana u n'wi pfune leswi ni leswiya, un'wana va n'wi pfune leswa mabusiness ku a humelela. Collins a ri munhu un'wanyani hina a hi n'wi vona loko a fikile kwala ka a vile hi kwala ka tirho kumbe a nga ri tirhweni a ta fika tshama na vanhu a endla swakudya micuva a nwa vukanyi na vanhu a jikajika na vanhu a xewetana na vanhu a nga ri munhu a famba na xitulu xa yena lomu a ya kona a ri munhu a amukeleka vanhwini a amukeleka swinene a olovile.
And lastly, how are you going to remember Minister Chabane?
Mina hi ku navela ka mina ni ri nexe loko ni tshame a ni hleketa ku na ndhawu leyi nga le ka yona leswi a yi ta fanele ku yi thyiwa vito ra Collins Chabane. Xitediyamu lexi nga ka xona na swin'wana swikolo leswi nga ta akiwa a ni ta pfumela ku swi thyiwa vito ra Collins ku hi kota ku n'wi remember kota ku n'wi tsundzuka kahle hi vunene. Na ndhawu leyi nga kona sweswi ni vulavula ku a ni nga tshama kona a vo to tsala va endla boda ku le ndhawu i Collins Chabane stadium a swi ta va swi ri kahle sweswo a swi ta swi amukeleki ngopfu.
That was one of the Shikuru villagers who was detailing of all the things that, or most of the things that Minister Chabane has done to this community. He has indicated that Minister Chabane was selfless. He's a kind of a person who will come here, sit with them, drink morula with them. He will play all the traditional games, indigenous games with them. He was a kind of a person who will give you a lift when he found you working on the streets. What they are pleading now is that at least to honor Mr. Chabane, something must be done. They were talking about this place where we are in particular to say that if maybe it can be named after him, let them construct a stadium, name it after Chabane. It's back to you, Chris and Vuyo.
Very much to my colleague there, Mike Maringa, certainly giving some insight from the ordinary people here of Shikundu who have come to pay tribute. I don't know if I can ask my colleague just to pan very quickly towards this direction. You can see people are actually now outside the marquee. It is quite full inside. Many other people from the village, coming from the different provinces as well, coming here to pay tribute to the late Minister of Public Service and Administration, Collins Chabane. But many of the people of this area saying they're here to pay tribute to the son of Shikundu. Let me chat now to the Minister of Sanitation, Nomvula Mokonyane. Minister, it's been quite a while. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I think let's start with, the man who we're here to pay tribute to today, Collins Chabane.
Collins was called Animal precisely because of who he was in terms of the love for the ANC, the love for the people of South Africa, a determined fighter. Somebody who made the ANC to become what it is today in his own way, making sure that villages, communities, suburbs, influential appreciate what the ANC is all about: humanity, self-discipline, accountability, and most importantly, respect for each other. What is important is that as the African National Congress, we have really been given a very high blow. It's a blow that we'll never actually want to wish away that it hurts. It does hurt to lose somebody like Collins. But what is of importance is to celebrate his life. We'll miss Collins when he sings the revolutionary song in Zimalendlela in Ameva. He will sing it from the bottom of his heart. We'll miss Collins when he laughs in the middle of a meeting, when you wouldn't know why would Comrade Collins laugh. And his intervention will actually bring all of us back to light. Of importance, we lost one of the 1.4 million members of the ANC. May his soul rest in peace, but his spirit will live amongst us.
Minister, would you say, I think with the many challenges within the African National Congress at the moment, do you think the values and what Collins Chabane stood for, what we're hearing here today is, we should all look back and say Collins Chabane, those values, would it be the best way perhaps to remember this legacy?
The death of a revolutionary is actually the upliftment of the values in the African National Congress, because we take a leaf from the book that is called Collins Chabane, Selflessness. People have traveled. You can see the life of Collins Chabane through the numbers that have flocked here. The poor, the most influential, the ordinary South Africans who want to be part of this. And I think what is of importance, many of us who have actually shared trenches with him are better people today, because we have to carry the bait and make sure that the African National Congress becomes what Collins Chabane stood for: humility, selflessness, dedication, accountability, the love for your country.
Minister, thank you very much for your time. There is always also here to pay tribute to the late Minister of Public Service and Administration. Let's go back now to my colleague Mike Maringa, who's on the other side. He's going to speak to ordinary villagers here just to get their sense of why they are here today, but undoubtedly here to pay tribute to the late Minister. We'll talk to you again a little bit later on.
Thank you, Griselda. I was navigating through the crowd here. I managed to pick into Mr. Jack Matlala. Mr. Matlala is a former MPL with the ANC. He worked very closely with Mr. Chabane at some stage. So he will briefly tell us as to what are the best moments that he remembers with Mr. Chabane.
Thank you very much. Comrade Collins Chabane has always been our leader. When he was released from Robben Island, he became the first team of leadership in the province to establish the African National Congress in the province. And you'll remember that we have won a landslide election during that time. He has always been a provincial secretary. I was a regional secretary by then. We always relied on Comrade Collins Chabane on complex political matters, and we will always miss him. When I was a deputy chief whip in the province, he was a government leader, and we had a team, a collective working together, and we always relied on this comrade, especially when it comes to international issues, because he was already in the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress and dealing with the issues of Sudan, dealing with the Irish Republic. And so when we were dealing with our matters in the caucus, we relied heavily, together with Comrade Pitzmulot, relied heavily on him to guide and give direction.
But let's talk of those lighter moments, because we know Mr. Chabane was a musician, he was a golfer. There's a lot that happened behind closed doors. Lighter moments that you can share with us.
Yeah, there's a lot that I can share. I remember I also studied with him when he was doing a diploma in management and leadership. I was in the same class, and one day I was talking with the lecturer, giving example that one day when I become a president, I will do 1, 2, 3. He then laughed and said, "You are not a presidential material, Jack Matlala." And then that's how I remember Comrade Collins.
That's where we leave it with Jack Matlala, the one person who served with Minister Chabane for a very long time at the Limpopo legislature. Then we're going to Vuyo at the other side. Vuyo.
Well, thanks very much. Well, political parties across the spectrum have also been paying tribute. As some of you will have seen during the week, there was a special tributes debate in Parliament as well. And one of the people who actually participated in that is the leader of the Reverend Kenneth Meshwe, who was with Minister Collins Chabane 2 days before the incident happened, Reverend.
Yes, I was with him. He was such a approachable person, a person who's respectable, a person with dignity, a person who commands respect, because his respect for other people was unparalleled. I cancelled my appointments to be here today to show my appreciation for the kind of leadership that Mr. Chabane gave to people of South Africa. So we indeed have lost a great man, a man of humility that is unequaled, a man that has been admired by people in parliament, different political parties. I have not heard people from the opposition complaining about Minister Chabane.
The kind of person who made you forget which political party you belong to.
Definitely. That's why, I mean, in this meeting today, this funeral, people of all parties, I've seen people from different political parties, and some of them, like myself, have cancelled their appointment in order to come and pay our last respect to this great man. And we are hoping and praying that we'll have more leaders and more cabinet ministers, such as Minister Chabane.
Thank you very much, Reverend Kenneth Meshwe, the leader of the ACDP, talking to us about his tribute to the late Collins Chabane. Well, we're going to move right along to the other side, and that is where we're seeing now
comrades at the
mortal
back
remains
there.
of Minister
Comrades
Collins
at the back there.
Chabane being taken
Please help
into
us.
the
We need
hall.
extra chairs here. Could you please
For you, finally, the son of Chukundu has arrived back.
and the president's entourage have a place. Yes, you, Commander. Those chairs, yeah.
The hearse,
Quick, please.
really, Chabane arrived very late last night here, just shortly before 8 o'clock, and the son is referred as because of his contribution, his steadfast
So where are they going?
for liberation in this country.
That's why I'm asking.
A man certainly who was never a passerby, a man who didn't allow or wait till he was given tasks. He took it upon
Can we
himself.
be faster, comrade? Thank
Only
you. Thank you
to
for
do
those chairs.
what his party, and when he was in government, not only to do what his government asked
Can
him
somebody
to do,
help them
but
with
he
the
took
chairs,
it upon
please?
himself to do the
We've
right
got to
thing.
start
Again,
now.
going back to the tribute that Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa made or gave at the memorial service on Thursday. He remembered in one instance that his village was without water. Something had happened, and he took it upon himself to travel all the way from Gauteng to try and fix the problem, because something had to happen that particular weekend. It didn't bother him that he had nothing to do, his job had nothing to do with water at the time, but because
Thank
he
you,
felt
thank you,
his
comrades.
village was going
Thank
to
you.
be disadvantaged given what they were going to do that particular weekend, and waiting for Monday until the local government authorities came over to try and fix the problem would have been too late. So he was such a man.
Ovuyo, certainly for some of you, the viewers who are watching there at home, the coffin carrying the body of the late Minister of Public Service and Administration, Collins Chabane, about to enter the marquee here, where thousands of mourners have come to pay tribute to him. Of course, this is a state funeral. He is being accompanied. The pallbearers in this case are members from the South African National Defence Force, from the South African Air Force, from the South African Military Health as well, so, and the Navy as well.
Ladies and gentlemen,
so, you know,
could we all
it
be
seems that
quiet for a moment? Could we
the
be
coffin
quiet at
is
the back
just
there?
about to enter the
Could we
marquee
all
here.
be quiet, please?
The service is also just about to start as soon as the
Would like to
coffin
ask
makes
all
its
of
way
us
into the marquee. The
quietly
service
to stand
will get
as
underway.
the president and the entourage is coming in. And we do that quietly, please. Could somebody bring order at the back there? Please see the space to the family from the second row to the third one. And we have the ones who are still coming to go that other side. Please. Could we ask the members of the choir to please stand from this side and give way to the family? Could the choir come here where I am at the podium? The members of the choir come this side, please. At the podium, the members of the choir, could they please come? We may all be seated. Thank you. Could the choir come, because we are about to start now?
Right.
Members of the choir, we need a signal for your readiness.
Yes?
To the Chabane family, His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa
Just joined us. You're watching
President
here the
J.G.
state
Zuma
funeral of the late Minister of Public
and the
Service
First Ladies.
and Administration. We're coming to you live from the Limpopo province. I'm not alone. I'm with my
Your
colleagues
Excellencies,
Vuyo Mboko and Mike Maringa, but
ambassadors and
also
commissioners
my
and
colleague
members of the
Njanji
diplomatic
Chauke is
corps,
on the other side, keeping us abreast with
ministers,
all the
deputy
developments there,
ministers,
speaking to many of the villagers also.
seniors
We've got
here
so much to
present,
say about the son of
presiding
Chikundu. Njanji?
officers, and honorable representatives.
Thanks for joining us here at the cemetery in Chikundu, where the late Minister Collins Chabane will finally be laid to rest. This is the place where it will all be happening. As you can see behind me, there's a hive of activity as final preparations are still underway. As you know, that proceedings are now happening at the Sasalamani Stadium, but we have a whole lot of people that are still working here, preparing for that burial. He will be laid to rest just behind me here. They're still packing the chairs. There's a heightened security presence here as well. If I look at the program, this will be the proceedings as soon as they arrive here. There will be that immediate family, and President Jacob Zuma will be allowed to sit. There will be the removal of the national flag from the coffin. The flag by the military veterans will be handed over to the family, and the last post will be sounded. The significance of the last post being sounded is in line with the tradition of military. As someone who served in MK and also in government, he's been given that military farewell. We are now returning to the MC in Sasalamani Stadium at the podium, Minister Natin Hleko.
South Africa, South Africa, et die blå van ons hjem, en die diepte van ons hjem, waar ons hjertet gebergtes, van die kranse antwoord geef, sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa. Thank you, our choir, and thanks for officially opening for us through the national anthem this very important and solemn occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, today across South Africa, the national flag flies at half-mast. A dark cloud has descended upon our nation. A gift of the purest gold has gone to the gods. Today, our mettle as a people is put to test as we return the son of the soil to the earth, our womb. There's a silence in our hearts because our source of wisdom and melody, the fountain of our vigor and vitality, Collins Chabane, is no more. We'll start and go straight to our program, and I would like, without any further ado, having apologized, which I am now, for starting behind schedule, I would like to call upon Mr. Ronald Chabane to inform all of us about our gathering here today.
Good morning, everybody. Before I speak, I would like to sing just one verse, and I think you are going to lead me. Lesibumbeke hosi sihlayiswa hiyo. Can you do it for us? Lesibumbeke hosi sihlayiswa hiena. Iwa masiku Thank you very much. Master of Ceremonies, our Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, J.G. Zuma, Cabinet Ministers, Premiers, Commissioners, and all dignitaries present here today. You will pardon me so that all of my people can hear me well. I will sometimes speak in song. We have here today a day that for the Chabane family is a day that we'll never forget. In the first instance, makwerhu wa hina Collins, tanihi leswi a ri mutirheli wa tiko, tanihi leswi a ri marhumekani, tanihi leswi a nga tsan'wi na xin'we lexi a rhumiwa hi lavakulu ni lavatsongo. Hi siku ra ti 14 ta n'hweti ya on the 14th of March, the president sent him down to Malamulele to bury the late Chief S.D.W. Ngumane. Loko mi swi languta ma swi vona leswaku ku rhumiwa hi munhu lokulu swinene like a president, u hlawuriwa leswaku u ya yimela tiko eku heleketa tin'wana ta tinhenha ta tiko. It is a very big task. U endlile ntirho wa yena hinkwawo lowu a rhumiwe wona. Loko a hetile ntirho lowu, a ri munhu wa vanhu, a ri munhu wa maxaka, a ku ri na leswo tala leswi a nga tlavi ku swi hunda. Xin'wana xa kona a rhumiwile etlhelo ra le kaya ka yena, laha a fanele a hunda a xeweta hina va yena na vanghana va yena. It was a Saturday. Siku leri hinkwaro u ri hetile a ri karhi a vulavula na vanhu, a ri munhu loyi a navela ku yingisela leswi vanhu a va navela leswaku a va pfuna hi swona, leswaku a swi rhwala a swi yisa ka lavakulu, a swi yisa eparliament laha a ta hlamusela leswaku swikombelo swa vanhu hi leswi. Loko ripela a nga se famba a tlhelela laha a huma kona, that is Pretoria, on the 15th, that was the following day, on his way to Pretoria, loko a hundile ePietersburg na lava a famba na vona vasirheleli va yena, most unfortunately khombo ra kona la hi fambaka kona emapatwini, you don't drive alone, you drive with other people. All the people claim to be licensed, and after all they are licensed, but some of the drivers, as they say, they are very careless. This carelessness hi yona leyi nga koxa vutomi bya makwerhu wa hina, hi byona lebyi hi yona leyi nga koxa vutomi bya mutirhikuloni wa n'wina vaholobye. na n'wina hinkwerhu lava mi va veke kusuhi na yena. Kwala a va famba kona, it's just some few kilometers away from Polokwane, heading to Pretoria. He made a U-turn. One driver made a U-turn and they hit on the vehicle. And that was the end of their lives. This is so President, n'wana wa wena, loyi a n'wi tshembile swinene, a ri marhumekana, u ve na yena tindhawini leto tala laha hina vamakwerhu wa yena hi nga fikangiku, a nga ha ri kona. We announce it to you officially that Collins is no more. N'wina mi tirhaka na yena eParliament, n'wina mi meke kusuhana na yena hi minkarhi leyo tala. Yes, the giant is gone. Never see him again. Isweso wena Etienne, n'wana wa wena loyi u n'wi rhandzeke swinene, u ku landzile, u n'wi amukele, a ri n'wana loyi a nga na vito ra mukhalabye koko wa hina. The old man, the father used to call him Om. Om, and Afrikaans says Om. Say Om, Chabane, the father, ang chili vitura mkhalabs. Mwamke. Mwina ba minga. Wena Shlungwa, tata wa wena lontsongo loyi a n'wi rhandza swinene a nga ha ri kona, fambile. Wena Samuel Mbenya, wena la nga famba ku nga ri khale, tukulu wa wena loyi loko a fika minkarhi leyo tala wa ha ri misaveni wena u nge se famba a wu n'wi vula leswaku u fikile muchaviseki. It's gone. He's coming to you. N'wi amukeli. N'wina hinkwerhu vamakwerhu va ndyangu wa ka Etienne, Richard, Patrick, Cecilia, Don, Grace, Tintswalo, Mhloti, Ella, Dingi, Kensan, Mfana, na Selby. Collins, Fambi. Na n'wina van'wana vamakwerhu Dennis, Brighton, na n'wina hinkwerhu vamakwerhu Collins, u fambile, a hi nga ha n'wi voni, a hi tinyungubyisa hi yena. Loko hi n'wi vona a fika a nga ri munhu wo rhwala xitulu a famba na xona. Loko a vuya kaya, he was a junior brother. A twa leswi a hi n'wi byela swona hina tihosi ta yena, forgetting the status he had. He was a simple man. Hi dyondzile yini xana n'wina vamakwerhu eka Collins? His humility, his kindness, a nga hlawuli ndluwa a tshika wona. He loved us all. We have lost a man. We have lost a giant. He had a tiny body, but big brain. Ni koba go ni kula strong ring sitsamans. Nkarhi yin'wani hina hi nga va ku na nkateko wo va na n'wina le palamende leyi. Loko hi n'wi vona le palamende leyi ni n'wi vona a tshamile ekusuhi swinene na minister na le diphando. We used to look at how these people are in parliament, when they are in parliament. When you look at him, he was one of the youngest ministers. I believe the president can confirm that. He was one of the ministers, the youngest ministers in his cabinet. Matia halakil hinge ya oleli hina a hi nga kombi munhu hi ritivu wo tiva leswaku Xikwembu xa swi I know, God knows. Loko wo ti vavisa ngopfu hi la ku vulavula hi vanhu, we are making big mistakes. But I say now, it's a short period of his lifetime. But I think God has a plan. We are fika kwalanga imako. Logo ayo hundalaya. I think I was going to make blunders. Logo kuranda ka hina hi ku ahundi la Xikwembu xi nga ayimi xi tirhisa nala. It's not God, but Satan. So loko hina hi vonangi a swi nga fanelanga, a swi nga ri kahle. Se hinkwerhu vamakwerhu a hi oloveni. I didn't think I would manage to stand here and talk, but Xikwembu xi nyike matimba just to stand here and perform my task. Xikwembu a xi amukeli moya wa yena.
Thank you, Baba Chabane. And to all of us, this is a loss of all of us as a nation. As we bid farewell to the nation's finest cadre, Collins Chabane, to the family we say, Chavelelekani Baka Chabane, yina n'wina enkarhini lowo tika. Our condolences to the Chabane family. We are with you during this difficult time. Comrade Chabane was not alone. His protector, Sergeant Sikele and Sergeant Letswane, also lost their lives in that fateful accident. As we gathered here today, together we send our condolences to their families as well as the South African Police Service, which is their family also. At this point, I would like to invite Professor Menyane Shikombiso for the reading of the obituary. And as he comes to the fore, would ask all of us to rise as he reads the obituary.
avuxeni aka President Zuma. Ba lava nga kona ni vachaviseki hinkwawo na n'wina vayoweri. Ni ta kombela mi ni hamela risimu ra 133 rendweni ra mina leri a ri rhandza hi mana wa yena. Na tshemba ha ri tiva hinkwerhu na hi Xizulu na Xixhosa mi ta ri twa loko khwayere yi ri sungula. 133 rendweni ra mina. Obituary of the late Comrade Collins Chabane, hero of heroes, a combatant for life, a patriot to the end, a people's person, a gentle giant and a grounded leader who worked with a sense of quiet determination. It was the noble cause of striving for a better future for all the people of South Africa that served as a backdrop to the life of Minister Collins Chabane. His early life, Collins Chabane was born on 15 April 1960 in the village of Shikundu at Malamulele in Limpopo, then known as the Northern Transvaal. He is the seventh born child of the late Mr. Etienne and Mrs. Elizabeth Chabane. He started schooling at Shikundu Primary School from 1966 to 1972. When he obtained the then Standard 6, he proceeded to Shikundu Secondary School, where he passed the junior certificate in 1975. In 1976, he proceeded to Lemana High School, where he was expelled as he was regarded as the instigator of the riots. He matriculated from Shingwedzi High School in 1976. In December 1979, he was part of the TEFLOP contingent at the formation of the Azanian Student Organization. His works with Umkhonto weSizwe, known as MK. He joined the ANC underground at a very young age. In May 1980, he left the country to undergo military training with MK, where he used the non-Digger Tom Chauke. Together with other MK members, he traveled to Angola via Swaziland and Mozambique. The group received special training at Funda Camp in Angola, and while there, Collins Chabane was section commissar. He infiltrated into South Africa in 1981 and completed numerous successful political military operations between 1991 and 1994. He was MK area commander for the far north and northeastern part of the then Northern Transvaal. Amongst others, he established MK's Bambata unit, which operated in the Tzaneen, Giyani, and Malamulele area. While underground in 1984, he was arrested by the apartheid security police and placed in solitary confinement for 1 year. Despite protracted and brutal interrogation at the hands of the evil racist police, he did not reveal any information to incriminate any of his comrades. He was the only accused in his terrorism trial. In 1985, he was sentenced in the Tzaneen Regional Circuit Court to 9 years imprisonment on Robben Island. While in prison on Robben Island, he served in the ANC's underground intelligence network and was the custodian of the shortwave radio that had been smuggled into the prison to gather and disseminate news for the prisoners. He was also responsible for acquiring and hiding political reading material, known as Umkhabulo, as well as the ANC's political programs in prison. Education. He applied to the then University of Natal to study medicine, but was required to register for a Bachelor of Science degree first at the University of the North in 1979. A year later, he abandoned his studies and went to exile. During his time in prison, he obtained a diploma in electrical engineering from the then Technikon South Africa. He could not complete the diploma in aircraft maintenance because he could not undergo practical training as a result of his incarceration. Chabane also holds a diploma in leadership and management from the University of Limpopo Graduate School of Management and a diploma in management from Esami Africa Business School in Arusha, Tanzania. He served as a chancellor of Ramanombulaheni Training College in the Bembe district. His role in the ANC. In 1990, after the unbanning of the ANC and his subsequent release, Chabane was appointed as the first office administrator for the then Northern Transvaal region. He established the ANC office and in December 1990 was elected as secretary of the ANC in the region, with a major task of re-establishing ANC branches. At the time, the chairperson of the ANC in the Northern Transvaal was Joel Nechitenze, who was also known as Peter Maibui, who was later then succeeded by Ngwako Ramahlodi. Chabane was elected as provincial secretary unopposed 6 times. During this period, he was involved in navigating, on behalf of the ANC, complex political processes with the homeland governments of Libua, Gazankulu, and Venda. During his time as the ANC's provincial secretary, he established strong ANC structures, resulting in the ANC winning Limpopo by 92% in 1994. He became a member of the ANC's National Executive Committee in 1990, where he served until his untimely passing. Since the 52nd National Conference in 2007, he had been a member of the ANC's National Working Committee and served in various NEC subcommittees such as International Relations, Legislature and Governance, and the National Disciplinary Committee. He was an ANC deployee assisting with the resolution of the conflict in Sudan. National Parliament role. In 1994, Chabane became a member of Parliament and served in the following committees: the Constitutional and Management Committee, Joint Standing Committee on Defense and Intelligence, the Standing Committee of Finance and Minerals and Energy Affairs. He was also a member of the Senate and served as an ANC constitutional negotiator. Provincial government role. In 1997, he was appointed member of the Executive Council in the Northern Province, Office of the Premier. In 1998, he was appointed MEC for Public Works and leader of government business in the legislature. Chabane established the Province's Roads Agency, which was the first institution of this kind in South Africa. He championed the training of unemployed people under the Gondola Shoe Construction Program, which paved the way for the current expanded public works programs. In 2005, he was appointed as MEC for Economic Development, Environment, and Tourism. During his tenure, he embarked on an international awareness program on economic opportunities in trade and investment in the tourism, mining, and agribusiness sectors, with special emphasis on doing business with South African development community and Africa broadly, as well as with the international business community. National government role. In 2009, he was appointed as the minister in the presidency responsible for monitoring and evaluation. In this position, he was responsible for overseeing the implementation of the initial 12 outcomes that address the main strategic priorities of our fourth democratic government. He was also responsible for the government communications and information systems. Minister Collins Chabane was chair of the Interministerial Committee on State Funerals. In this capacity, he led the team that was responsible for the funeral arrangements of the late former President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, a task he effectively executed. In 2014, he was appointed as the Minister for Public Service and Administration, a position which he occupied until his untimely death. Music and culture. Comrade Animal, as he was fondly known, was involved in poetry and music. Whistle in Matola, Mozambique, he actively participated in the Roots Poetry Group, which lifted the morale of combatants. On Robben Island, Chabane also developed a keen passion for music, learning music theory and how to play the harmonica. He played with few of the music bands on the island. He became an accomplished musician, establishing the Mbira Group with his best mentor, Basil Magombe. His band was named The Movement. The band released 4 CDs, Saka versus Shikundu, Shai Shai, Duma, and Mbira Instrumental. He won several awards, amongst others, the Samro and Special Music Award from SABC in 2010 and 2012, respectively. Samro also compiled the best of movement in his honor. Chabane pioneered the establishment of the Marula Cultural Festival, which has become an annual event in Limpopo. On charity activities, he founded the Shakani Foundation in 2009, which has been organizing 2 golf days every year since 2010 to raise funds for the following charities: the Peace and of My Educational Mind, which supports children between ages of 12 and 16 with bursaries and books, tutoring, computer skills, and entrepreneurship development. The South African Institute for Depression and Anxiety, which raises awareness about depression and anxiety, the main causes of teenage suicide. The Kensani Special School, which is the only school in Palabora for children with disabilities and special needs, and the Evangelical Presbyterian Church. In addition, the foundation funds an annual visit to the coast of 20 underprivileged children. Family and community life. The love relationship between Collins and Mavis survived exile, prison, ANC activism, and the rigors of government work. They married in 1995 and have 2 children. As a member of the Chabane Minga royal family, he played a unifying role. He had organized that the royal family celebrate the Minga Day in April of this year. Minister Chabane was a member of the Evangelical Presbyterian Church from his childhood. He was a member of the Shikundu Parish and also active in Mamelodi, Whistle, and Pretoria. His contributions included, amongst others, sharing knowledge on administration, fundraising, and management for the church. He joined the Men's Guild in 2006. Despite his busy schedule, he regularly attended its conferences and other events. Minister Chabane is survived by his wife, Mavis Kensani Chabane, and 2 children, his son, Matimba, and daughter Zakani, his mother, Elizabeth, and 10 siblings whose names have been listed. From his father's second wife, Johanna, he's also survived by 11 siblings whose names have also been listed. Rest in peace, Om Collins Chabane. Rest in peace, Maluleke. Famba kahle Maluleke. Chabane wa Mhinga, Nkuri, Dlamani, Shimambani, Mashakazi, Malenga, Gunyule, Shishangashile, Mungwanati, Muchopi, chinyela babeni matoto ya tihuku. Before I die, it has been my wish and still is my wish that whatever happens between me and Africa, I shall not be through it shall not be through cowardice, or should I say betrayal of my fatherland. That's a quote from Ingwapili Madingwane. A political strategist extraordinaire, a true internationalist commissar, and a humble servant of the people to the end. Famba kahle Mungwanat. Inko.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. You have painted a portrait of a man we know. We are going to be having a musical item. Suppose it's from the choir, I don't know. Mandla Matimba Aina. Thank you for the musical item, our choir, Bob Mabaso. Fellow South Africans, a fruit is a reflection of the tree from which it comes, from where it comes. To understand Comrade Chabane's cultural and sociological roots, it is my pleasure to invite our chief, Hosi Chikundu, to give us a few words.
enkomo vakhandli vahlonge vo huma kule ne le kusuhani na vo huma a kule ku nga madorobeni. Namuntlha hi tile la tikweni ra ka Xikondo hikwalaho ka Collins Chabane leswi a nga hi tirhela swona la ka Xikondo mi ta sala mi nga swi koti vo tala, mi ta sala mi nga rhweleli byongo byakwe lebyi a byi tirhisa hikuva leswi a swi tirha a swi voniwa hi un'wana na un'wana swi nga ri xinyamini. Sweswi tiko hayi ra ka Xikondo ntsena ku wile nguvu ya papa ra ntima laha hi nga ta lava leswaku wo pfala yena a nga kumeki, hambi mu swi lava hambi nga swi kumi dyondzo leyi a ri na yona ka munhu. Kutani va ka Chabane a mirile mi ri n'wexe, hi vavisekile, ha ha yimela leswi a fane a ta hi komba swona ka migingiriko ya yena. Kutani sweswi hi dyondza yini? A hi endleni leswaku swilo hi nga swi kota ku swi teka swin'wana hi teka switsanana swin'wana hi nga swi koti. Loko veke o va Sathani a nga tirhisa rimoto leri wo onheli ngopfu. Sathani la nga tirhisa rimoto leyi wo onhi ngopfu, a swi tolovetaki i ku humelela swilo swo tani swi tsakisa. Va hi dlele ku hi dlaya matiko lawa hinkwawo. A hi rileni hi languta a henhla va ka Chabane, Xikwembu xi ta hi languta. A ni se tshama ni vona tiya yi terekisiwa hi ndilo wa mavivi, ni tiva tiya yi terekisiwa hi tihunyi leti ti nga oma. Mi endleli xitori xo ka hi nga xi hleketangi tiko ra ka Xikondo leswi mi nga hi dlayisa swona. Loko a ni mi tiva na mi a ni ta ka ni ya lomba xibamu la xi nga kona. Hikuva mi hi dlele, a hi nga hatli hi kumi swilo swa hina leswi a swi fane hi swi kuma. Swi ya vuyela endzhaku swilo ku veke a ku tshamisekeni ka swona a swi ri kusuhani na vakulukumba palamende va kha va n'wi tshineta kusuhani i ku swilo leswi swi vanaka swi pfuna vanhu community swi humelela. I vuya ku ya huma xirhalanganyo lexi hi nga ka hi nga xi hleketangiku xi onha. Na vona mukhalabye loko ni swi languta swilo leswi ta hi vava ngopfu, a hi nga swi rivali minkarhi yaleyi mani. Swi ta teka nkarhi ku va hi swi rivala swilo swo tani leswi nga humelela. Onhekeriwe ngopfu na vo mukhalabye Zuma vonhekeriwile hi byakwe ka leswi nga humelelisa swona. A hi voneni leswaku ri na sweswi hi ngendla yini, hi nga humesa ku yini ka khombo ro tanihi leri. Va ka hina loko Xikwembu xi hi fularerile, loko a ri Sathani laha khongelaku kona wa tika Sathani yaloye. Va ka Chabane a hi rileni hi languta Xikwembu. A ri munhu loyi a pfuna, a ri munhu loyi a ri hava mona, na loko a suka le a tirha kona a kota ku ta ni pfuxela. Sweswi a ni nga ha pfuxeliwi hi munhu, ku sele matshuka. Inkomo.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you, Osi. Bopa lapo. Bopa. Joy is going to just say one important thing. All what she has said is important for all of us to follow. Just
Osi simply said that Comrade Collins was a very humble person, very respectable person, who always and at all material times, when he comes down here, he would come and make sure that he pay homage to the people of this village. And indeed, they have lost a great soldier.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Well, Osi has said a lot of things, and indeed, Joe Matebula was short to try and cover what was said. Right now, we are going to be calling. Sorry. Thank you for that. Let's cooperate. We will have time, comrades, to really pay tribute. The person who had exactly what she said is not Joe Matebula, is the president. The president said he listened very carefully. And also said, Usatane. Many of the cadres served with Comrade Chabane in the struggle know him as a true embodiment of an ANC cadre and MK guerrilla, as it has been said. He always displayed the highest form of discipline, morale, and desire to serve his people. However, not all of us know how he was on the home front. To paint this picture for all of us, let's call upon Ms. Ella Chauke
to speak on behalf of the siblings, Miss Ella. Maybe as she's coming, the musical item here, which is reflected, we're told its nephews and nieces, will ask them to be around the podium so that when she finishes, they immediately come in.
President of the Republic of South Africa, members of Parliament, Thulamela Municipality, Hosi Shikundu, na tin'wana tihosi, Hosi Shilungwa wa vumbirhi na ndyangu hinkwawo wa ka Minga, ndyangu wa ka Maphophe ni maxaka hinkwawo, all girls from all over South Africa, and those coming from outside, all South Africans present today, and those who could not manage to come. God was not taken by surprise. He knew it will happen. As Colin's siblings, we accept his sudden death. Something that you cannot change, you better accept. Colin's brothers and sisters are like sand at the bank of Rivuvu River in the place called Madandili, Ekaminga. Collins was not self-made. He was a product of all community around him, which includes his own family. Yindlu hinkwayo ya ka Minga yi katsa ya ka Chabane na Makwavo Sunduza. I xihluke xa Shakani, the second born of Chabane wa Minga. From his father's house, Etienne, we were 22. Born from the house of the principal wife, Rubini waka Mbenyana, Hahani wa Professor Mbenyana. He was number 7 of the 11. All characters you may think of, you will find. Standing here, delegated and mandated by his siblings. His mother was blessed with the first 6 quiet children. Trouble started when she came to the last 5, starting from Collins. You know, this group is vocal, and they leave no stone unturned for the liberation of a total being. We have politicians, we have artists, we have preachers of the word, we have powerful intercessors, we have the so-called terrorists, you name them. A talent of singing which also made Sakani, his daughter, to be a singer. Collins wanted to record. I mean, he wanted her daughter to record her first album. A responsibility that I believe his daughter-in-law, Yvonne Chaka Chaka, will take care of. Ella, who is number 8. We are not twins, but there is a very thin line between his year of birth and mine. That has given me an advantage of playing, eating, and attending school with him. I was always a standard behind him at school. He was very much intelligent and tactful. Hi xichangani xa ka hina, loko mi dyela ndhawu yin'we, lontsongo a nga pambuli nyama loko lonkulu a nga si pambula. Collins Dingi na mina a hi xavela xindichani xin'we. Siku ku dlawa ku huku a hi swi tiva ku hi ta phameriwa nhloko na tincondzo timbirhi. Se a ta hi tshika hi dya vuswa byi ka byi hela ha xeva hi mthotho kumbe sopo a nga pambuli nyama. Hi kala hi suka ivi a sala a dya nyama liya hinkwayo. His father was a school principal. He used him as a very good dancer to fundraise for the school. During concerts, he was named Braringo because people would like him to dance now and again. During trips, he will sit at the back of the bus, entertaining everyone through jokes and singing. He was very good in science and mathematics. He so much intended to study medicine after matric, but unfortunately the then government did not approve his application. He went to TEFLOP for BSc, and when he was planning to go to exile, he came back home with one of his friends. We were not aware, but we could see him orientating his friends how to get to Mozambique through Punda Maria Gate. He made sure that he sees all of us and bid farewell to each one of us. Nzafamba. Hitavuya hibona. He gave to Percy a small knife and said to him it was for the terrorists. And Percy thought terrorism was one of the careers he could follow in his studies. Our father personally did career guidance to his children at an early age. Percy indicated innocently that he would like to be a terrorist, and he was terribly beaten. And by that time, Collins was in exile. After some weeks, our father was informed that his son was outside the country. Then we started to experience difficulties as his siblings. When he came back into the country underground before his arrest, loko xi pfula xikolo, papa a va ta ku khomisa pocket money yi nga ri ya wena, va ku i ya omu. Loko a ta u ta n'wi nyika a ta kuma swakudya. Ni hlamala leswaku va swi tivisa ku yini leswaku u kona. Va ni byela leswaku ni hlangene na yena xitimeleni u ni xewetile. U ni byerile leswaku nkarhi wun'wanyana u pfumala swakudya. You know, you were supposed to make sure of his handwriting to clear the way for his coming to your room. A ku ri mina na Thembani wa ka Minga, n'wana but 8. You know, Collins was one person. He had an inbuilt census. Immediately, he says, I'm going. Then the police would come in and search for him in my room. As his siblings, we sometimes found ourselves in the so-called Varheid Kantoor in Tzaneen or Hennisbeck to identify his clothes. Loko ba kume swiambalo swa yena kwalomu a famba tumbela kona. In this note, we want to thank all families and persons who protected him. Eka minkarhi leyi a hanya hi ku tumbela. We were there as a family when he was sentenced to 9 years. We visited him in prison. We always loved and supported him as his family. He loved us all. Sesi akuri sesi eka yena, hambi ari lontsongo ka yena. He strived to attend family functions and gatherings, though he was a busy man. Ku katsa no ya ku loboleni. A famba na hina a ya nava milenge hi lobola hi sika swin'we kwale. Na le ku hlomiseni a hi famba na yena. Unfortunately, his father died after his release in prison. But before he died, he received his son back home. In my presence, he said, "That's my father." I quote, "Mufana loyi u tlharihe ngopfu. U ta mi fuma hinkwenu la. U ta fuma na tihosi ta yena va Eddie," referring to But Eddie, the former Minister of Education in the then Gazangolo government. Baku ita va fuma na va Eddie. We are so proud that his mother is seen by all South Africans today. A powerful woman who gave birth to Nena, leyi nga lwela ntshunxeko. A nga swi tsakelangi Shakani ku vona sira ra mhani wakwe, a hi swi twisiseni. His name is Om Collins Chabane. He was named after his grandfather, Shakani, who stayed exactly where we are going to bury him today. Shakani means Shaka, Ninsati. Shaka ra mina ku ta va nsati. We would like to thank his wife, Mani Mavis na vana, for supporting and taking care of our brother. Loko swi tika a mi ri kwala tlhelo ka yena. Loko a ku nga ri vutlhari bya n'wansati loyi, Ingi Collins a nga fikangi la a nga fika kona namuntlha. Thank you for taking care of his aged mother. Matimba, Tsakani, don't hurt yourselves. We are all here. I'm the most unfortunate of the remaining 10. People will start calling me by names that Home Affairs does not know. Baku hilo wo tlhandla masira. Sira ri hava ndzisana. Ndzi tlhandla ma Collins mina. Ndzi ta tshama ndzi tlhandla ma Collins minkarhi hinkwayo. I will now address the empty chair of Collins. Amongst the remaining 10. Wena Shaka Ninsati, we tata wa Xisanda ku na Hlengani, tata wa Malenga na Mzamani, we u nga tswala eTiyani laha hi tswaleke, tata wa n'wa Stefani na Semu, we xiharhi xa nhova animal, we u nga thwasa khwatini u xangweriwa hi swiharhi, N'wamalahlani Dzovo, hlonga ra mani na mani, va vula wena. Davhida wa kona loko Goliati a dzumadzumela Israyele, hi wena. We n'wankingiri xingwingwa vusiku u etlela hi mpima vayeni. You used to say sleeping is a waste of time and you will rest when you die. La unga wisela kona we Shakani ani swi twisisi. Hi ku khale a va ku hi le Potgietersrus. Hikokwalaho ka yini Shakani wo hlawula ku ya wisela kona wena u nga ri Potgieter? Vana va vanhu ke we Shakani. May the good Lord be with the families of his protectors. Munhu wo olova, wo dya miladzi, a xeva hi hlampfi, a xeva hi miroho na matomani, a tlhe a vutisa ku a ku na swiguxana xana. His protectors also could eat what he used to eat. We understand that this time it was beyond their ability to protect all lives within the car. As siblings, we want to convey our deepest condolence to the bereaved families. We also want to thank Mani Mavis, who saw it fit to attend their memorial service. Collins never disappointed us in government. He never disappointed the family within his party. We agree as a family with what was said in Parliament on Tuesday, especially when Honorable Holomisa and Honorable Willie Madisha indicated that he never used the struggle or position to benefit himself, but he served the ANC and the nation with humbleness. As a family, we were free and proud to buy newspapers and read them. I'm convinced, now I say I, me alone am convinced that he was anointed and appointed to serve the nation before he was conceived in his mother's womb. A highly gifted, multi-talented, humble man. He had an answer while you still struggle to set your question. But he would listen to you with respect and then give you a proper answer. That was Collins. Such a tree with supernatural wisdom, under which we used to hide our shortcomings and our weak points. Our strongest link, who never undermined the weakest link in our family. He never brought home his office or his mobile chair. His record in Family Burial Society is clean as I speak. He was led in the family by his younger brother, Dennis, who is the chairperson of the entire Shakani family and of Minga family. Hakunene ari n'wana wa Xikwembu. Sweswo swi vuriwe ntsena loko Yesu a file exihambanweni. Thank you, South Africa, for allowing our brother to serve you. The messages and comments confirms the kind of a person he was. Thank you, ANC, for believing in him. He has indeed fulfilled the vision and the mission of Parliament. Collins, as your blood was flowing out of your body, just before you committed your last breath to the Lord, as if we could hear you singing, Ndi Randa Gu Moga Ndi Famba Leka Lekaya Yeso Olungisi Shitamo Shamina Salanihima Mashaka Mwina Vanavanga Mina Diranza Guru re Tikweni Ramu. Like Cain's blood, yours was crying for us. As you leave us behind, not knowing what will happen to us in the land that you also fought for. On behalf of all I represent now, we release you to rest in peace. And God will see us through. Famba kahle wa Etiana, wa Shakani, wa Chabane, wa Minga, wa Nkuri, wa Dlamani, wa Mashakadzi, wa Malenga, wa Gunyulu, Xihari xa nhova, animal, Mwanati.
We thought the nephews and nieces were ready, those who have been asked to render a musical item. But if they are not ready, we will continue with the program. But thanks what Thank you for the wonderful melody there. We'll now ask someone who's going to be speaking on behalf of the Friends. There are many coincidences with Comrade Collins. Born in 1960, when the struggle took a different turn in our country. And on this day, we are laying him to rest on the 55th anniversary of the historic tragedy which took place in Sharpeville, Langa. Somebody who's going to talk to us closely as a friend, Brian Molefe. Mr. Molefe.
Thank you. President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Jacob Zuma, Speaker of the National Assembly, ministers, premiers, members of executive councils, ambassadors, the governor of the Reserve Bank, traditional leaders, the Chabane family, local government leaders, excellencies, generals, flag officers, senior officers, and warrant officers, comrades, ladies and gentlemen. It would be amiss of me not to mention our elders in the province. Parapara Mutubi, who is here, Braek Mapoto, Dean Farisani, Ntate Tsolo, Funwenda Mutu, Udambuza Malada, Makora Matlodi, Mem Lydia Komani, Wachikalange, Warachitanga, Jacob Marule, and John Gadime. Amilcar Lopez da Costa Cabral was a Guinean, Bissauan, and Cape Verdean engineer, writer, intellectual, political leader, liberation fighter, and revolutionary. He was the leader of the popular liberation movement in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, the Partido Africano da Independencia da Guinea e Cabo Verde between 1963 and 1973. In 1965, he wrote a discussion paper for his liberation movement in which he declared, "Tell no lies and claim no easy victories." Today, as we reflect as friends on the life of our fallen hero, Comrade Collins Chabane, an engineer, a writer, a poet, a musician, an intellectual, a political leader, liberation fighter, and revolutionary. We can declare for the world to know that in his life, he told no lies and claimed no easy victories. It is not a lie that South Africa is a very different place to what it was in 1976, when, as a teenager, Comrade Animal, as we know him, participated in the student uprisings and joined the liberation movement. The release of all political prisoners, including Collins, in 1990, and the transition to democracy in 1994 were not easy victories. The path that we have traveled as a country since 1994 has been full of successes, setbacks, and mistakes. It has not been easy. Collins Chabane was not a coward. He did not betray his motherland. He did not betray his people. He did not withhold his contribution. He fought for the liberation of this country and the improvement of the lives of his people. Chabane knew, as Cabral had observed, and I quote, that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting for material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives going forward, and to guarantee the future of their children. Mr. President, the spear has indeed fallen. We shall pick it up. In doing so, and in memory of Collins Chabane, we shall tell no lies. We shall expose lies whenever they are told. We shall mask no difficulties, mistakes, and failures. We shall claim no easy victories. May your soul rest in peace, Comrade Sloan. To Sis Mavis, Matimba and Kensani, and the rest of the family, Rare Homozeha. He fought a good fight and he won the race. He will always be in our memory and in our thoughts, and you in our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulife. I would now request the children, Sakani and Matimba, to pay their tribute.
Hello. Music, please.
Good afternoon, President, Deputy President, Speaker of Parliament. I'm not quite sure how this goes, so I'll just say all protocol observed for now. A wise man recently told me, he told me about his dream, and his dream was about, having a few cows in Malamlele. He also spoke about he wants a place whereby you can just go fishing once in a while. He wants to be able to wake up every day and play golf. This wise man also told me about his love for his children, his love for his family, his love for his wife. So as he's rambling on and on about, his love, and he's being all nostalgic, so I said to him, wise man, so why are you telling me this now? I hope it has nothing to do with the fact that Orlando Pirates is losing. So he says, no. That's not why. I'm telling you this so that when the time comes, you will have to help me fulfill my dream. So, knowing my old man, he's never been one who has squabbles. He doesn't have a lot of, for lack of a better word, drama. He doesn't have drama. He's always laughing. So much so that yesterday, in our culture, we have this thing whereby he needs to pass by his house, his home, where he lived, before he can leave to his last home, or his burial place. So they're trying to get the coffin in the front door. It's not working. The door's too small. Then they unhinge the front door. Then they try and get it in through the next door. It's unhinging. It's a problem again. So then they say, no, look, let's try go through the back. We go through the back. There's furniture in the back. They say, no, it's fine. We'll move the furniture. So my one aunt suggests, no, why don't we just leave it in the garage? They say, no. It's going in the house. So fine. Now we're moving furniture. We eventually get the coffin in the house for him to enter his home for the last time. And I just started laughing because I thought to myself, he's laughing at us thinking, well, why the hassle? Why the hassle? He was that kind of person. We would go on holidays, and my sister and my mom would go shopping. They would buy, shoes, bags, all sorts of things, all sorts of funny things. Okay, I also bought an item or two, but would all sit there and you'd give us a little amount of money, saying, this is for you, this is for you, this is for you. Let's meet back here in 2 hours. So everyone goes off, we buy our things, we come back, and then there he is, he's holding a book on dummies for golf or something like that. So we say to him, is that all you're going to buy? He says, yeah, I'm fine. So my mom says to him, look, where we are, it's cold. You don't have a jersey. So should I not get you a jersey? He says, no, it's fine. It's fine. So she goes and she buys him 3 jerseys. I remember the following week, whenever he played golf, actually the following month, I'll say, he was always wearing those jerseys. Then I thought to myself, maybe these are the only jerseys that he owns, actually. But such is his nature, such is his simple nature. So I've told 1 or 2 stories about my experience with my father and my old man, but there's also a few personal stories that I've heard past week or so, which I think shape and speak to his character and the type of person that he is. One of which was my uncle was telling me that, no, there's a field somewhere here where they used to go and play soccer. So everyone would go gather there, they're playing soccer. My dad arrives with the radio. So as they're playing soccer, they're thinking, no, maybe he's listening to Jomo, he's about to score or something, who knows. Then he stops the game. He says, no, ingselan. So I mean, even from that age, he was very much well entwined in terms of what's happening in the world, as far away as he is, as far away as he was. And I actually heard earlier this week that there was an interview that was done. They were interviewing someone about whom it is that recruited my dad into the ANC. And I can't remember the exact specifics. I don't want to get controversial who said this, but this gentleman went to say that no, indeed he did. He did recruit my dad into the ANC. And the way that I see things is that my dad has never been recruited into the ANC. My dad being in the ANC has always been a calling. This was more than an HR or human resource process where you go and then you say, no, look, come on board. We'll check your CV. If it passes, we'll move from step 1 to step 2, right? That never happened. This was a man who knew. He knew where it is he wanted to be and what it is he wanted to serve. There's also one story that I remember. He said actually on his wedding day, his anniversary. And he was talking about, he was actually stalling for time. The catering was late, so he went on and on and on, because they said, no, look, we don't have food ready, so just do what you do. And he said, oh, look, this is what I get paid for anyway. So he went on to speak, and he's speaking. And then the only time whereby, personally, I heard him mention anything to that effect was he was relaying the story of him and his wife and how they interact. And he made one point. He said, throughout all his entire time while he was in exile, there was only one person that knew his whereabouts at all times. And that's the Honorable President sitting here today. And for me, I found that to be very profound, in a sense that when he speaks of knowing him since he was a teenager, he really did. He really did. And I think, although again, I don't know what protocol lies here, if we can also just give him a round of applause for having been the guiding force for my dad while I was in exile. Also on that, soon after he was arrested, when he was arrested, he obviously the relationship between himself and my mom took a strain. Again, he hasn't discussed that with me personally, not much anyway. The only thing I came across were postcards. These are postcards that he wrote. He wrote to what would then his future mother-in-law and father-in-law, thanking him for their support and helping him through this tough period. And I'm not sure what it is, again, in terms of how often you could write these letters, but they must have meant a great deal to him, for him to have gone out of his way to write a note to his, at the time, girlfriend's parents to say thank you. Thank you for supporting me and your daughter. That's the other point that I wanted to touch on as far as his character and what makes him. And the last story of a story was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we're having dinner, family dinner. It's my mother's birthday. We're having dinner there, and then he has a friend that's there. So what my old man likes to do is when we're having dinner, everyone must give a speech about his wife. So we 10, 15 of us, I say, yeah, when I rang, yeah, then everyone will go around giving their speeches, saying what they want to say. And then eventually got to his one friend of his. And then this friend said, no, I know him as Mr. Wife. So he said, okay, who's Mr. Wife? No, okay, to elaborate. They say, no, this man, he'll be in a meeting, and then his phone rings. Actually, guys, I have to run. My wife. Everything had to do with his wife. You know, he not arrive at meetings. Says, no, look, my wife was saying we need to buy brown bread, and there's only white bread, so now I have to go. You know, I mean, that's his wife was tantamount, and the story the picture that I'm trying to paint here is that his characteristics were one of loyalty, the other one of love, the other was of sincerity. But more than that, it was he was structured. And by structured, I don't mean he had a PA who was never late for meetings. His shoes were always clean. He wore his suit properly. No. But by structured, I mean he knew what came first. He knew in life what is important. And he knew when he has a set of responsibilities or priorities, as a structured man, this is how you go about dealing with your issues. At any point in time, you have 101 issues. But if you're a structured man, you know what comes first, and you know what you have to deal with. And that, for me, was his best characteristic, was the fact that he was a very, very structured man. Now, I always struggle to be able to talk to my aunts and uncles and anyone else except for talking on behalf of myself and my sister, because I can't grasp their loss, because it's very different. In some instances, they grew up with the man. In some instances, he was like a father to them as well. You know, but what I rest assured in knowing is that Vele matilweni, and vele matilweni le kashkund. I matilweni le a Joni or Union buildings. Vele matilweni le kashkund, and amatilweni le kashkund. Lokom gena gate. Kuna tar road. Ma in the tar road. Inkwa gut tar road. Inkwa kamatilweni kashkund. Like Kafan Roy. Lokom gena in Kafan Roy. Lokom full. Mutu mbiri ntsena itlanga kuna mizungwanyana otlanga mbiri ntsena. Loko mfamba mkhamya miyaleka ukwani. Mtava kuma kwalaya. Bami merile. Ku bata bula na n'wina, bata tlanga na n'wina. So it's all a matter of time. Healing is a matter of time, and we should accept that. Meeting with him again is a matter of time, and we should accept that. But until that point, I feel we owe it to him, we owe it to ourselves to live how he lived. A politician who wrote Mbira songs. A MK veteran who is now renowned for his being a what do they call it? A tactician extraordinaire, so to speak. He was not conflicted. He was complex and he was deep, and for that, I think if we can all just try and take something from the way that he lived his life, I think we'd be better people for it. Now, there's a point which they raised, I think it was Deputy Minister Ayanda Claude who made this point. And I want to hammer on this point, that he died in the line of duty. and I'll repeat that. My old man died in the line of duty. And what was his duty? His duty was wherever and whatever it is that his organization deployed him to. And there's no greater gift. There's no greater gift that you can give a soldier than to have them die honorably. And so, granted the circumstances in terms of the accident are shattering, he died in the line of duty. And I'm sure right now he's happy because he died doing what he'd always said he was willing to die for. He went to prison for. He lost his family for. So, again, I think if we can give him a round of applause for having lived his dream, lived by his dream, and died by his dream as well. I think now I'm at ease with my sister, because I was saying to her previously that she must sing. And she must sing, and she must sing, and she must sing. And he's happy wherever he is right now. What she did there is what brought joy to his life. He used to smile like a child whenever she was singing. Doesn't matter what she's singing. Doesn't matter if he understands what she's singing. Because half the time, whether it was Justin Bieber or whomever, you'd ask an issue of, is this English or what is this nonsense? But at least it wasn't the genre that captured him, but it was his daughter's voice and how wonderful it was for him to hear his daughter's voice. So I'm at peace, and I think she should be as well, that she's given him the appropriate send-off. I don't think she could have done anything better than do the one thing that he most loved, the one thing that he most loved about her. And then there's to my darling mother. So again, this entire week I can say there's a procedure which I've encountered when talking to people. They shake your hand, they say, sorry for a loss, you're the man now. I say, oh, okay. You shake your hand, they say, be strong, you're the man now. I say, oh, okay, great. And after the third time the person shakes your hand, you start now walking differently because you're the man now, isn't it, of the family? So, but outside of that, I mean, it got me thinking, and I know that I'm far from being the man now, but what I'd like my mother to know is that there is a man in the family, and that has not changed. Unfortunately, this man still has to sit and watch at 8:30. There's generations. 9:30, there's Movango. I'll get called to take down Mahardin, those sorts of things. Those I don't mind. Maybe I shouldn't say out in public, but I don't mind. I really don't mind. What's most important for me in terms of being a man is that all I have to be there is there for you. And to take on, you should not have any additional baggage. You should not have any additional weight on your heart than the loss of your loved one. All functions that a man is to fulfill, those are what a man will fulfill. All functions in the house that a man is to fulfill is what will be fulfilled. And you go to bed resting on that, Mom, and at ease with that be a mother to Takani, be a mother to me, and do that alone, because you do it well. You do it exceptionally well. Thank you.
Thank you to the children. We can see that more than paying tribute, but also we are celebrating his life through his family. And now we call upon another representative of the family, Osim Hinga the second. Osim Hinga the second. Could you please come to the fore?
Program Director, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma, all ministers and deputy ministers and our provincial leadership, the leadership of our district and local municipalities, leaders of the African National Congress and other political parties, my colleagues, Tihosi, the African royalties present here today, and all protocol observed. Nangwina bakhandli banhlonge hinkwenu mi nga kona haleno u ta hi khoma xikatla mi hi chavelela eku hundzeni emisaveni ka n'wana wa hina Shaka Collins Chabane wa Mhinga. Hi ku yimela vandyangu wa vukosi bya ka Mhinga, van'wanati va ka Maluleke, vona vadyi va bangu ta mixeweta ta milosa eka mixo wa namuntlha. Hi hlangene haleno ku ta tlangela vutomi bya nhenha ya mun'wanati loyi a hi siyeke hi xihatla leswi a hi nga swi langutelangi. Hambiswiritano hi fanele hi swi amukela hikuva nhenha leyi yi tirhile mintirho leyi Xikwembu a xi n'wi nyike yona. U yi tirhile hi ku hetiseka. A ha langutele leswo tala eka yena. Program Director, Your Excellency, the President, we have listened with amazement and adoration to all the good work that our son Collins has done throughout his short life. The impact of his work will remain with us forever. All of you have known Collins, the politician, the musician, the entertainer, the strategist, the power behind the throne. Most of you did not know Collins, the prince. Ikwa inganakana nena le. Yes, she didn't know that he was and is still of royal blood, the blue blood in him. Collins was the second member of our family to join politics. The first being my aunt, Mr. President, Florence Minga Majola. She comes directly after my father. She is the first person in this area, in this region, to become a nurse. The first to qualify as a midwife. The first in our family to join politics. She was with those gallant women in 1956 when they marched at the Union buildings. And she went in exile in 1970. So Collins joined the ANC at the age of 17. He went into exile at 20. But before he skipped the border, as you've heard the sister talking, she went to tell the eldest brothers in the family, the first one being my uncle E.P.P. Minga. Mr. President, you know him, you met him at Podesa during the negotiations. He's still here with us in here. This is the man who went to school at Lemana High School with the president of Frelimo, Dr. Eduardo Shivambu Mondlane. They studied together at Lemana High School from 1944 to 1947. So my uncle, being a teacher, principal of a school, when Collins told him that he was going abroad or he was going to exile, he said, no, my boy, you're still at varsity, go back and finish your studies. Thereafter, you can go. So they didn't agree with my uncle. So he went to tell my father, the late O.C. Adolphe Nduza Minga, that he was leaving for exile. And my father said, you know your sister left this country 10 years ago. We don't know where she is. So if you go, look after yourself. Go and find her. Let us know if she is safe. Honorable President, Collins met Aunt Florence in Mozambique because when he went abroad, he felt sick. I think he was suffering from malaria. And he went to the ANC clinic, and Aunt Florence was there to look after him. They met for the first time. He didn't know her because he was still very young when she was detained under house arrest many, many years ago. But they agreed about one thing, that you should never tell the other comrades about their relationship for obvious reasons. We don't know what happened in exile. You've said it. You have heard his testimony. But when he came back underground, he was arrested and detained. One of the places where Collins was detained is a place called Wisani Cultural Center. This is a center that was established by the Chamber of Mines. Those days when they used to bus laborers, migrant laborers from Mozambique. So they established this camp here in Minga, where these laborers will cross, sleep over. The following day, they will board a train to Sukmekarnia, Polokwane, where they will then go to work in the mines. That place was known as Wenela, Witwatersrand Native Labor Association. That program was discontinued when the Frelimo War and renown when the Portuguese broke out. The structure remained, and unfortunately, the Homeland Government gave that facility to the security branch in here. And that's where Collins was detained and tortured so many times. So it's our wish as a family that we've already applied to SARA, which stands for the South African Heritage Resource Agency, to have that place declared a heritage site and named after Collins Chabane. So for 35 years, our son Collins has served the people of South Africa and Africa with dedication, obedience, humility, accountability, transparency, and above all, with dignity. After having heard about the passing of Collins, I looked for words to describe him as a man, him as a person. And I could only find something in Philippians chapter 2, from verse 5 to 11, when talking about Christ's humility. It says, your attitude should be the same as Christ Jesus had. Though he was God, he did not demand and cling to his rights as God. He made himself nothing. He took the humble position of a slave and appeared in human form. And in human form, he obediently humbled himself, even further by dying a criminal death on the cross. To me, Collins, his attitude was he never demanded or clung to the fact that he was of royal blood. He made himself nothing because he humbled himself. He humbled himself and took a position of a slave. To him, he took a position of an animal because he used to call himself an animal. And in human form, he obediently humbled himself even further by dying on the criminal death on the cross. Same with our son, Collins. He obediently humbled himself, and he died a horrific death on the road. In 12 or 13 days' time, we'll be celebrating the death of Jesus Christ, who died on the cross, but he didn't die alone. He had two criminals with him. Collins died with two of his bodyguards. This similarity to me is so striking. Because of this, God raised Jesus to the heights of heaven and gave him a name that is above every other name, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee will bow in heaven and on earth and even underneath the earth. Then every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is the Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Program director, I'm not saying we should bow down to Collins. No, he wouldn't agree. But what I'm saying is, he humbled himself. At an early age, he became a minister in the presidency, almost the highest position of the country. How is similarity? So I think there is a lesson we have to learn about Collins' life. Let's celebrate the life of Collins. You know, I can only visualize Jesus Christ meeting Collins in heaven and saying, "Well done, my good and faithful servant. You have been faithful in handling these small assignments here on earth. So now I will give you many more responsibilities. Let us celebrate. I don't know whether they can play that song, Duma, so that we can all celebrate Colin's life, if it's possible. Program director. Yes, please. That's it. After that. Thank you. Because we want to celebrate Colin's life. Mr. President, I know that you love your son, Collins, very well, very much. You in fact said in your own words that he is like a son to you. Now, as a family, we believe that the people of Malamulele expect you, our president, to ensure that Malamulele is granted a municipality. And that municipality will be called Collins Chabane Municipality. Appeal to you, Mr. President, that you provide funding for infrastructure development of Malamulele from the Presidential Infrastructure Commission to develop this area. I know you're able, Mr. President. If not, let's get money from the BRICS bank that is coming in South Africa. Mr. President, one of the things that I was discussing with Collins in order to initiate economic development of this area was the opening of the Pakfuri Gate as a commercial border post. Because in 2002, the three countries of Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and South Africa agreed to remove the fence in the Kruger Park so that the animals could move freely. But our people, Mr. President, are still having difficulties moving to come and see their friends, their families. They have to walk all the way, to drive all the way to Komati Port. Whereas if this border post were to open, there will be economic development, what we'll call the Great Limpopo Development Initiative. This is what we were discussing with Collins. Because we need a port. We know that Maputo Port is congested. We know Richards Bay is congested. We know Durban is congested. We have the Vilankulus just across here. But we need a road, Mr. President. Minister Edna Mulewa, we need to sit down and talk about how to cross the Kruger National Park without having to danger the animals. Because that will open up economic development in this area, and this is what Collins would have loved us to do. So, famba kahle mungwanati, etlela hi kurula, wena shaka, ngwana Etienne, wa Shaka, wa Chabane, wa Minga, yena xilungwa wo sungula Mingu ya van'wanati, yena n'wanankuri wa Dlamani wa Maxakadzi, yena la anga hitisa la tikweni leri. eka Auntie Mavis, eka Matimba, eka Tsakani, vana man mingavileli, mingati karati. Logo yihlaya lahaya kaba Roma 8, verse 28. It says, all things work together for the good of those who love the Lord, those who have been called according to his purpose. So I'm urging you to love the Lord. I know God has given you a calling. Follow your call. Hina hirin jangu waka minga. Hirin hloko ya vukosi bya ka minga. Hiri minga Chabane. Xin'wana na xin'wana lexi mi karataku. Tinyangwa ta hina ti pfulekile. N'wina van'wana ti hinkwenu. N'wina mi nga sukeriwa hi mufi wa hina. A kombela a hi hlanganeni mi swi twile leswaku a hi fanele hi hlangana hi rindyangu hi ti 3 ta April. Na kholwa siku rin'wana ri ta lunghisiwa laha hi nga ta hlangana hi rindyangu leswaku hi va nyanda yin'we na cancer. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Hosi. Thank you very much. Well, dear friends and compatriots, we can only imagine the depth of anguish, the grief and agony which our sister Kensani Chabane is going through. Now and in time to come, that is why I am going to ask a representative who's representing Mrs. Chabane to please come forward. Thank you, comrades. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. To the Honorable, the President of the country, Mr. Jacob Zuma, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Baleka Mbete, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present here, Premiers and MECs of various provinces, our traditional leaders, Bafundisi, Vatikereke Hinkwatu, our honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. My name is Charlotte Mdanisi. I'm standing here on behalf of Mrs. Chabane Kensani. As a sister and a friend to both Kensani and Collins, as a person who saw and started to see a relationship of teenage people madly in love, a person who had a privilege to see and witness a true love blossoming into a marriage. A person who, amongst others, celebrated with the couple several of their marriage anniversaries. It is my pleasure today and my honor to be standing before all of you on this special day to read tribute from a wife to a beloved husband. and the tribute reads thus. When God was making husbands, he made a special soulmate for me. He made a perfect gentleman, compassionate and kind, with more love and affection that you could ever wish to find as a wife. He gave my darling husband a heart of solid gold. He gave me a wonderful memories only my heart can hold. Our house is no longer the same without you. We already miss you. The well of wisdom and knowledge that the children and I continually drew on. You were and still is the best daddy to my children. You were and still the best husband to me. Thank you for all you did to make the world a better place for us. We love you and miss you terribly. Every breath is harder to take without you in this world. It is harder because you never said goodbye. You were gone before I knew it. If love alone could have saved you, you never could have died. In life, I love you dearly. And death, I love you still. In my heart, you hold a special place that no one will ever feel. It broke my heart to lose you, but you did not go alone, for part of me went with you. The day God took you home. Rest in peace, my love. You will never, ever be forgotten as long as life and memory last. Your soul will live in me. Our time on earth has ended and nothing seems the same. But when God calls me to be with you, our love will live again. My only consolation is that you are with the Lord. Time will meet again. Rest in peace. Your wife, Kensani. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. The message from our sister Kensani. We are now going to ask the representative of the church, Moderator Nyambi, to come to the fore. We are not do take note of other items in the program. We want to quickly get to the main program item of the day, and we still are going to have the celebration.
Program Director, Minister Mtetwa, Honorable President, Mu Chabiseki, Hosi Minga, Natungwani Tihosi, the veteran, Andrew Mlangeni, all protocol observed. On behalf of the church, I must confess that we are still emerging from that profound sense of shock after hearing the news of passing away of Minister Chabane, our member. You know it, Mr. President, that he was a very loyal and a proud member of the Evangelical Presbyterian Church. In his lifetime, he was never a member of any other church. He was baptized in 1978 while he was still at Shingwedzi. He lost direct touch with the church when he went into exile and later was imprisoned on Robben Island. When he was released, he reconnected himself with the church again, and in 2006, he joined Madodana. He was very proud of being a member of Madodana, very proud of his uniform. Sometime knowing that after work he would have to go to Madodana meeting or conference, he would leave his home in Madodana uniform and went to the union buildings, and from there proceeded to where the meeting or the conference of Madodana was being held. That's how proud he was about being a member of Men's Guild. When you visited his family to see his wife and children, you said it, Mr. President, that Minister Chabane was an asset. And indeed, you were right. He was also an asset in the church. This church will be celebrating 140 years in July this year. We were planning good things together with Mr. Chabane. He advised us on how best we can make that celebration a success. Let me say that on the 15th of May this year, there will be a golf tournament in Houghton Golf Club. This tournament is aimed at raising funds towards the 140 years celebration of the church. And who was behind this tournament? Who organized it? It's none other than Collins Chabane. Apart from that legacy that he has left behind for us to preserve, he has already contributed a lot of money towards this celebration. I may not disclose the amount, but it's quite considerable. And during these celebrations, we are going to also put a memorial stone for the first convert of our church who was baptized on the 4th of November, 1876. And also, there's going to be a statue of one of the first African ministers of this church, Calvin Mapope. And the person behind organizing that statue was none other than Minister Chabane. So you can see that indeed he was an asset to our church. I'm emphasizing that because some people in our churches are liabilities. Chabane was an asset. He didn't give us any trouble. He was loyal to us as leadership, disciplined always. Even though he was occupying a high position in government, in church, he was just very humble. You could hardly take him to sit in front where the leaders were sitting. He would always prefer to sit at the back. And that is a discipline he got from the church, and I believe he got from his party, the African National Congress. Ndangu waka Chabane, ikensa hibuyelela hinaba EPCSA. Kuba mihibelekele shiro shayona shashimo shalehensa. We are thankful that God provided our church with someone who is socio-politically, intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually a giant. Mem Chabane. God does not cause, but does allow certain things to happen. And once he allows certain things to happen, he knows that he will take control. He knows that he will see you through. So you are not alone. The God that we worship is with you, and your church is also with you. We will continue to minister to you, much as we ministered to Kokwanwa Etienne, Colin's mother, when he was nowhere to be seen and found. Some of the ministers of this church were harassed by security police when they ministered to your mother-in-law. They suspected us, but still we continued to minister to her, and we will continue to minister to you. May our beloved member, our beloved minister, Colin Chabane's soul, rest in peace and rise in glory. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I've been shocked. Thank you so much. We are proceeding with our program. We'll ask a representative of COSATU to come to the fore. Name is not provided, but a representative from COSATU. The General Secretary of NUM, Comrade Franz Berlin.
Amandla. Program Director, Mongameli, Baba, all ministers present, to the family, to save time, all protocol observed. We are here to pay tribute as COSATU to someone we can say, yes, he understood what Thomas Sankara said when he said power must be conquered by a conscious people. He was not conscious about the position he was occupying. He was conscious about the assignment at hand. He was not conscious about material associated with the position, but he was conscious about what is to be done. Comrade Collins was disciplined and understood the democratic processes and its outcomes. We have learned from Comrade Collins about the importance of the alliance and how to respect one another. We understood him to be politically clear, unlike others amongst us who are suffering from political discombobulation. Comrade Collins was simple, ordinary, accessible, and in paying tribute, the best we can do, President, is to wish for an alliance with collegiality, with agility, and alert of the socio-economic conditions facing South Africa. It's our wish that all of us should understand freedom in its full meaning. It means every citizen must respect this freedom, no destruction of property. In expressing our anger, we must do in such a manner we respect those who have put their lives for this freedom. To conclude, Program Director, to the family, take courage from the words of Jill Linden. I quote, when you are confronted with challenges, I quote, go under it, go past it, go through it, but never give up. We're also encouraged by Matimba and your sister. Indeed, we have a future, a bright future. If a young son can have this confidence, it means that there's something the family have done right. Unlike others who are in our space, who are suffering from poor parental workmanship. Matthew 5 says, blessed are those who mourn because they shall be comforted. We thank you very much. Amanda.
Thank you, Comrade Franz Paleni. The SACP representative, and the tribute would be paid by Comrade Buti Manamela. Comrade Buti. Yeah.
Long live the spirit of Collins Chabane, long live. Long live the spirit of Collins, the animal Chabane, long live. Thank you, Program Director, Honorable President of the Republic and of the ANC, leaders of the ANC, National Executive Committee officials, and also leaders of the ANC in the province, leaders of COSATU, leaders of the SACP, Second Deputy General Secretary of the SACP, Comrade Soli Mapaila, and all other leaders, veterans of our movement, leaders of our society and government, the family, the wife, the children of Comrade Collins Chabane. On Sunday morning, between 2:30 and 3, I received a call, and on the other side, it was the Director General in the presidency who was talking and couldn't say what exactly was the reasons for his call. And I could put together and make an idea of what he was saying. And I hanged up the phone and I called him again because I wanted him to reassure me that indeed what he was telling me, he was certain of. And then he confirmed when I called him again that Comrade Collins Chabane is no more, and that because I am in Polokwane, because of the work of the movement that we had come to do, that he asked me to go to the scene to check what has happened. When I arrived there, I received a detailed briefing from the police, who were extremely technical about what happened. And most of the things that they said at the time, I can't even remember. About 2 motor vehicles carrying so many occupants, passengers, and all sorts of things. Because at that time I had already seen what was left of Comrade Collins' car. And I was anxious to confirm that it was him, but also hesitant at the reality that we may have lost one of the rarest breed within our movement. When I went on to see him and confirm that it was him, together with his 2 protectors, something in me died. I probably have the misfortune that, yes, we see Comrade Collins here smiling. But each time I think of that day, each time I think of that morning, it is that face that was lifeless. It is that brain that has stopped to function. It is that cadre whose work has been stopped in its track. It is that soldier who knew that putting on the uniform of Umkhonto weSizwe is not a fashion statement, but it is a military action to end an oppressive and exploitative system of apartheid. That to put on military regalia is not about brandishing and bragging about what you stand for, but it is about facing real ammunition in the bush, something which me and those who are of my age may probably never ever experience because of the dedication and commitment of Comrade Collins. The first time I saw Comrade Collins, it was in a Youth League conference in 1994, when he was the provincial secretary of the ANC, and he was speaking at that conference. And right in the middle of his speech, he burst out in this very short laughter, which amused me. No one laughs at a joke that he has just made the way in which Comrade Collins laughed. It was not even a paragraph laugh, it was an exclamation. And then it ended there. And the next time when I saw him, it was in 1996. I think I was 15 years old at the ANC conference in Tibumbeni, where I saw the animal at work. And he was summarizing a very huge report that was going to be presented at that conference, overnight, reproduced, and ultimately presented. And such was the nature of the cadre that we have lost. very few leaders come and go without us remembering anything that had happened between their coming and going. And yet, this humble servant of our people, this humble servant of the movement, this humble father and husband has always ensured that with humility, with humbleness, he dedicates himself to the needs, interests, and aspirations of our people. Never an opportunist, never a populist. At all times, he would be sitting there quietly and silently, and yet his interventions will forever be memorable. And his interventions would ultimately be what guides the meeting, what guides society, and also what influences the course of our history. The greatest monument we can build for Comrade Collins is to go back to basics, is to remember that the challenges that confront our movement need a special type of a cadre, is to reinvest our resources in the political education and training of our cadres, especially young cadres. There's no other way in which we can expose the weaknesses of those who are opposed to our discourse except having well-trained cadres of our movement. They will shout, they will hurl insults, they will bang tables because that's all that they know. We are soldiers, we are better equipped intellectually and otherwise to be able to engage them, to be able to expose the fury that their arguments and their positions contains. So our investment into political education should be the key monument which we pay to Comrade Collins. The second monument we should pay is to build a cadre in the public service that will serve the needs, interests, and aspirations of our people without expecting any reward, without pursuing personal interests, and without corrupting the system. The last monument we can pay is to serve our people with compassion and to serve our people with dedication without expecting any form of reward, without expecting that our personal wishes would or should be the wishes of those whom we lead. Yes, whatever challenges that this community faces, those would be resolved. Those would be resolved, but they would require the level-headedness and the maturity of Comrade Collins. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Comrade Puti Malamela, the Deputy Minister in the Presidency. We have amongst us here people coming across the continent, friends, and also in other continents. We have a message which we are going to send to the family from the Ambassador of Japan. We have the message from the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Comrade Senzo Mkhunu. We are now going to ask someone who's going to come and introduce to us our next speaker. Our next speaker is the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Premier of this province. It's my honor to invite you to come here. Inzima lendlela inamefi iyahlakukuthanda. Inzima lendlela inameva iyahlakukuzabala sizuzabala sizuzabala
Amandla. All power. Matimba. Thank you, Program Director. The President of the Republic of South Africa, Speaker of Parliament, Isitolanda, and stalwarts of our movement, veterans of the liberation struggle, the leadership of the African National Congress, represented here by the officials, Comrade Chairperson Baleka Mbete, Comrade Samson, Secretary General Kwete Mantach. He's SG for life, Samson Kwete Mantash. Comrade Treasurer General, Comrade Zweli Mkhize, and all NEC members present here. Kosikolo, Bokosi, Tony Mpepu Ramabulan, Kakamel, Siulu Samadi, members of the diplomatic corps, ministers, premiers and MECs from various provinces. Premier Mahuma Pelo is here. Premier Masualele is also here. I haven't been informed or notified about others, but if you are here, you are recognized. Mayors, councillors, and all distinguished guests present here, the family of Chabane, Bangwanate, I'm here to introduce to you a person who really doesn't need any introduction. An organic intellectual of note who developed and was built by the struggle for liberation. A revolutionary, a leader, a simple man indeed, who today the African National Congress, his party, has requested to take the responsibility of leading the people of South Africa because of its love to the people of South Africa. It could not choose anyone lesser than him. Program Director, having listened to all the speeches here, particularly the two speeches by Colin's sister and his son Matimba, I don't know how many men in this hall envies Collins for having had such a brilliant son. Bapedi ba re moshimane wa ka ngwana moshimane wa leitšibulo ke thaka rragwe. Program Director, as I invite the President to come and address this August congregation here, allow me, as I said, having pricked by these two speeches, to quote from what President Oliver Tambo said on the 29th of March, 1986 in Maputo, on the occasion of the burial of one of the likes of Comrade Collins, when he said, "A seeming void occupies his space. The air so still without his voice, like the pure note of a bangle. That voice rose from the depth of the valley of the thousand hills and multiplied. It rose and grew and multiplied, reverberated from Durban's Caris fountain until it was heard in Dar es Salaam and Havana, Moscow and Managua, London and Jakarta, Beijing and Rio, Prague and Washington, and in Pretoria, the centers and symbols of oppression and repression, the Union Building and the Voortrekker Monument, heaved and trembled as they received his message. Death to fascism, down with fascism, freedom for my people. It is really given to a people that they should produce a single person who epitomizes their hopes and expresses their common resolve, as Moses Mabhida did. I think these words are actually so relevant to Comrade Collins. Honorable President, can you please be invited to come and address your people?
Abamaziyo abazange bamo Uzumalo abamaziyo abazange bamo
Amandla awethu matla ya rena matimba ya yena all power Tina sizwe Tina sizwe Sikalela, sikalela, Israeli, elatatwa, labantu, mabawiye umhlaba mabawuyeke mabawuye umhlaba abantwana Thank you, Director of the program, Manana Nwariben Chabane. Mrs. Chabane, the children of Comrade Collins Chabane, and all members of the family. Premier of Limpopo Province, Speaker of Parliament, ministers, premiers, deputy ministers, MECs, executive mayors and other mayors, councillors, members of the National Parliament, and members of the provincial legislatures, veterans of our struggle, the officials of the African National Congress, and the leadership of the ANC, the leadership of the South African Communist Party, the leadership of COSATU, and the leadership of SANCO. Our religious leaders and our traditional leaders at their different levels present here. Representatives of various sectors, the community of Shikundu, and the community of Malamlele. And the community of Limpopo. Comrades and friends, South Africans, I have to agree with Comrade Collins' son that Comrade Collins died in the line of duty. Comrade Collins reported to me about the passing on of Chief Nxumalo, and I hadn't heard. He conveyed this to me. And towards his funeral, he came to me and we had a discussion about what do we do, because the funeral of Chief Nxumalo coincided with the burial of our leader, Moses Kotane. and Comrade Collins wanted to attend the funeral of our leader, Moses Kotane. As usual, we had a discussion. And we remembered that it would not be correct that in the funeral of Inkosi there will be no senior government person as well as ANC person. Then I said to him, well, my brother, as usual, you have to go to the funeral of Nkosi. In no way we can be absent when the community is mourning. Unfortunately, we can't go, all of us. You will have to sacrifice to attend the reburial of Moses Kotane. It was an instruction to him, as I've given him instructions numerous times. And without any hesitation, he said, I will be there. I said to him, well, these days, my brother, things are videoed. You will see Moses Kotane's funeral in a video, so don't worry. So he went on duty. And on his way home, he met his tragic passing away. Indeed, he died on duty. We have gathered on Human Rights Day to pay our last respects and bid farewell to one of the finest cadres produced in the cause of our struggle for our liberation. The horrific tragedy in the early hours of Sunday morning, the 15th of March, robbed us of this brilliant son of Shikundu. Shikundu village, and the son of South Africa. We also lost the lives of dedicated police officers, Lesiba Sekele and Lawrence Lensoane. Their passing was sudden, tragic, and shocking. Condolences to the Sekane and Lechuane families who are also laying their loved ones to rest this sad weekend. I still recall how shaken I was when I heard that Comrade Collins Chabane was no more, to the extent of phoning his wife around 5-ish a.m., only to find that the news had not yet been broken to her. I just received a message from the Premier of Limpopo after 4. Perhaps it was because The news were unbelievable. Maybe I was trying to check whether Collins was there. But of course, I knew he must have been on his way from the burial of Inkosi, Hosh. Yes, the country has been in mourning because of the untimely passing of this patriot who was admired and respected for his simplicity, humanity, and profound intellect. We have seen the week-long celebrations of the life of a man who dedicated his life to the struggle for freedom, justice, and equality, and who has also served his country diligently since the dawn of freedom. Born and bred in humble conditions, engineered by the apartheid regime, Comrade Collins was drawn to the struggle for national liberation and became an active member of the underground ANC at the early age of 17. We were among those who recruited him into MK and who prepared him politically and militarily for his responsibilities. He was part of a group of young men, a number of them who were at Tufts University, who were carefully selected for underground work as the ANC was organizing underground structures throughout the country. A young man who operated here and outside, who went in and out of the country, was part of those who were handling the structures in the then Northern Transvaal. We called him James Mawelawela. His real name is Mike Kwadi. But we did not know that name, many of us, because we called him James. And we nicknamed him, I did, Mawelawela, because ubewela njalo nje border. But also, there was a sort of a refugee camp in Swaziland called Mawelawela. He crisscrossed the Swazi in Mozambique, this side, very active. He often got arrested by the Swazis and sent to this place. But he will always be released. He had explanations to make that will make him feel, or make the Swazis feel he's an innocent man. She was called James Mawelawela. We had decided to increase the capacity of our structures inside the country. We had political structures, and the Northern Transvaal had become more important, and the Northern Natal, because of their border with Mozambique, and we created similar structures. And the cadres who served, they are still there today. But also, with the looming liberation of the then Rhodesia into Zimbabwe, this area became very strategic and important for our struggle. We knew it will be a place that would not just need political cadres only, but cadres who will be trained effectively as political operators, but at the same time with military training. We were working out a strategy how to make the Northern Transvaal in particular to remain the area from which we could operate protected by the people. And therefore the need to grow the structures bigger and stronger and with quality dictated that we should find the fine cadres who would indeed be trainable quickly and be sent back to change the quality of the structures in Northern Transvaal. And this group of young men were then selected on the basis of the kind of the cadre we talked about by this comrade, James Mawelawela, who knew the routes in and out of the country, very brave. Going into the country to him was like just walking across a river. And those who were part of that period will tell you that crossing a border from a neighboring country into South Africa was a task and a half. Men shivered. And I remember some story when some cadres used to come in and out of through Swaziland. One day they wanted to fix their commanders and ask them to take them inside halfway for about 3 kilometers, just to give them the taste how it feels when you are at a point where if we are spotted, there is big trouble. And they reported to me quietly, no, we're fixing them, because they always give us orders as if they know what happens when we cross the country. But Mawelawela was moving with ease. He brought these young people between 7 and 8. And among them was Peter Mkaba. The others have passed away. One of them, the last time I counted, he was an MEC in this province. They were sparkling young men, men we needed for the task at that given time. We needed brave, politically clear, disciplined young people. So they were handpicked along those bases, and Comrade Collins was among them. Slightly smaller in size, and if they arrived, you would not see him first, you would see others. But start engaging them, you will realize this fellow is bigger than others, because he's going to engage. What he says is logical, full of questions. I think there were 3 among them who were very thirsty for knowledge, and one of them was Peter Mkaba. So as they arrived, and we said to them, we can't waste time, because we want you to go and train and complete. And before many people realize you are out of the country, before you lose contact with some people you know, you need to train and finish and go back. So there was an intense military training in a specific area, in a specific country, where those will train. And it was in that process of training that MK commanders saw in Collins a leader, and he was made one of the commissars. A commissar is an important officer in the ranks of MK. He's the only man who could stop a commander if the commander gives a wrong order. It's a political soldier who looks after the life of the politics of MK cadres. We had to intensify the preparation politically and prepare them to come back, be on their own, and work inside. And the reason why they had to be trained was because, among other things they will do, whilst establishing the political structures, but they will also, if need be, establish MK units or prepare the ground. One of the training which was necessary for them to be drummed is called MCW. It's an acronym of military combat work. It's a combination of military and political work. You are trained as an MK soldier to come in an area, no matter how hostile it is, create favorable environment, win people, have a base. It's important to appreciate this because Collins is one of the cadres of the ANC that was an all-rounder. A good soldier, a good commissar, a good commander, a brave man, but a thinking soldier. All MK cadres were required to be highly political, to think correctly, because one mistake you could cause a big damage. And these comrades with Collins were perfect for the job we want them to do. So we send them back to the country to operate. And I must also say, it was not every soldier of MK who could be sent inside the country, because you needed high discipline. You could come and find soldiers, and you can send them in, and if you were not sure, because our war was a special war, in no time they will be arrested if you were not sure. So we did not want a soldier, once he smells something, he will go there. We wanted people who will sit where they are put and move on orders. I could describe that many times because the MK cadre was supposed to be exemplary, and Collins was one of them. But one of the qualities was that once you are arrested, don't make others to be arrested. Be arrested alone. Die alone with the truth. And this is what happened to Collins. That's why he was the only one charged. That was one of the qualities that in fact defined the real MK soldier. That we are brave, we are prepared to die. Many died with the truth. Many, even if they were captured, tried to escape. Fewer succeeded to escape. And of course, as you know, Collins was convicted. But I thought it is important just to indicate what has been related here today, that Collins had a foresight, because he knew exactly that he's going out, he will come back. And therefore, he wanted at least one or two people to know, although you were not supposed to tell people you are going away. It's supposed to be a secret. But he thought key people should know, because he was preparing his coming back, the reception. Because after disappearing for a long time, many people will be saying, where is this man? But he will come back and go to those people that I'm back, and he will begin to prepare his base. Colin displayed amazing maturity and dedication. You could see his dedication in his eyes, because he did not speak very loud like others. Peter Mkaba was a big talker, as you know. We had to restrain him, because now he won. Even when he was here, he exposed himself one time, and he sent a report out because there was a black consciousness fellow who's here, I'm forgetting his name, who was talking too much, criticizing the ANC. Peter Mkaba decided to emerge from underground at night and visited this man and confronted him. Why are you talking about the ANC like this? And he included this in the report. And we said, but Peter, we are going to be arrested. What's wrong with you? Go deep underground. That was Peter Mkaba. But Animal was a different one. Of course, whilst executing his task, he was arrested and was sentenced to 9 years imprisonment on Robben Island, where he further developed his political understanding and knowledge. And it was on Robben Island where he reached his full political maturity. Going to Robben Island was passing the test, because in the process to go to Robben Island, many couldn't reach Robben Island because either they will become state witnesses and therefore they will be off. If you go through the torture and reach Robben Island and stay there, you would have passed the test. It was not too much talking. It was about carrying on the task of the revolution that tested the real cadres and the real heroes. This was a man, when he came out of Robben Island during the transitional period, who contributed immensely to the development of our country's progressive constitution. He was there when the constitution was crafted in Parliament in Cape Town. His interest in the constitutional affairs has also assisted the ANC. He has served the organization capably as chairperson of the National Executive Committee's subcommittee on constitutional affairs. When the ANC came into government in 1994, he served as a member of Parliament in the National Assembly and later in the Limpopo government as an MEC. Another quality of Collins, I'm sure quite a number of us if we are taken back from national to provincial, will regard that as a demotion. But with Collins, the task of the organization was never too big or too small. After the Polokwane conference of the ANC in 2007, we began planning to introduce the type of government structure that would enable us to implement the resolutions of the conference. We gave him the task of leading a subcommittee on the reconfiguration of the structures, processes, and workings of government. We gave him because we knew the task given to him will be done. In 2008, we spent a few months traversing the country to hear the views of the people to inform the 2009 elections manifesto. We interacted with thousands of South Africans in various people's forums. They told us that they wanted to see an urgent improvement in service delivery. They made it clear that we have very good policies, but that these would only improve people's lives more effectively if the public service becomes more responsive, interactive, and effective. The concerns raised included, amongst others, the capacity gaps in local government, the poor quality of some of the public services rendered, and the failure to respond to inquiries and complaints and to provide information. People highlighted this as we move among the people as some of their concerns. Other concerns indicated weak planning capacity across the three spheres of government and weak monitoring and evaluation. It became clear to us that we had to change the shape and focus of government and also change the culture and ethos of government in order to improve service delivery. The committee chaired by Comrade Collins took all these factors into account, preparing for the fourth ANC administration so that after elections we could hit the ground running. And indeed we did. A new structure of government was introduced in 2009. Among key changes introduced, we decided to improve the ability of the presidency to supervise government. We had to introduce a system of the alignment of plans and programs across all spheres within a special development framework. We also deemed it necessary to improve the capacity for effective monitoring and evaluation nationally. Comrade Collins was appointed minister. And I must tell you, we had had numerous discussions with Collins in the committee, just two of us, because I was arguing about what I thought the government must look like. And it was important for me to convince Comrade Collins, because I knew if Comrade Collins understood it and believed it, he would be able to do it with his pace. In fact, at the beginning, I took a decision that, well, this comrade is going to be my DG, because I wanted him to lead the president's office. But after thinking carefully, and I said, you know, DG is very limited and has lesser authority. Collins has everything that it takes to make what we have discussed concretely realistic. And I felt we needed to make him a minister in the presidency so that he could implement the new approach. And that's why we appointed him as a minister responsible for performance monitoring and evaluation in the presidency. Because we had discovered that in government there is too much lax and slow movement. You can stay in government for a long time doing nothing and nobody will realize easily. Because government is too big. It's like an elephant. A bird can stay or sit on the back of the elephant would not even notice there was a bird there. So it was clear we needed a way to make government work, and that's why we established this department. And to give it authority, we placed the minister in charge of it in the presidency, and that was Collins. He established a new department which has become very effective in monitoring the implementation of government policies and in evaluating the impact thereof in the lives of our people. I worked closely with him in establishing this new function in government, including designing performance agreements for ministers who in turn developed delivery agreements with their partners, such as provincial MECs. Now I can tell you, I've traveled around, I haven't found many governments with such a system to gauge the performance of ministers and DGs in a method that is clear, so that you can't say we are delivering when you cannot quantify it. This system has helped us to deliver more than we could. With this sharp and incisive mind, determination and diplomacy, he was able to get the work done and to obtain support and understanding from his colleagues. He submitted quarterly reports to Cabinet and the public. He made his colleagues angry at times when they disagreed with his reports. But he made them to be very serious about their reports. Because before, a report would be just a report. Now, Collins did not just give a report. He published, and even published scoring, which made his colleagues feel uncomfortable. But that was Collins. He was not doing his work to please anyone. He was doing his work as he understood it. Perhaps his personality and leadership style held him in good stead, allowed in difficult situations. He never allowed passion and emotion to stand on the way of reason. He was always calm. Even when his colleagues will be reacting, he will laugh very slowly, very quietly, but laughing. And just come back to explain what he thought was a correct explanation. He also had a sense of humor, which enabled him to prepare a soft landing for whatever difficult messages he wanted to communicate. His department's progress reports and other monitoring tools provided the President and Cabinet the opportunity to assess progress, guide, and ensure timely interventions where necessary to ensure the realization of the commitments we had set for ourselves. Last year, when the country celebrated 20 years of freedom, Minister Chabane led the process of developing a 20-year review, critically assessing the progress of the ANC government since 1994. The review is objective and did not hesitate to point out where the government could have done better. In the new administration, after elections last year, he was appointed Minister of Public Service and Administration. The Department of Public Service and Administration, or the DPSA, is the heart and engine of government. It determines the shape and impact of the public service. If we are to effectively implement the Batupele principles, which in the main are about changing the public service into a caring, efficient, and effective machinery, you need someone who understands how government works and who knows what needs to be fixed. After carefully searching among us, Comrade Collins emerged as the right candidate for this task. He had good plans about taking the department and the public service forward. And we all have a responsibility to take his vision forward. His passion was to improve the functioning of frontline service department and the performance of frontline staff who deal with the public directly. He had begun this work during his previous monitoring and evaluation portfolio. He was optimistic that the services would improve after visiting a number of services centers around the country. He told the government's public sector magazines in December edition, and I quote, "The feedback basically is they are prepared to work, they are prepared to improve, they need help from government to assist them with some of the working instruments," unquote. He said. He urged our frontline service staff that serve people directly to take forward Minister Chabane's vision and serve our people with dignity, respect, courtesy, efficiency, and speed. From our licensing departments, staff, to those responsible for applications for social grants and identity documents, to nurses, police officers, and those handling municipal inquiries. Let us put our people first in memory of Minister Chabane. fellow South Africans, in December 2013, a tragedy befell our country when our icon, President Nelson Mandela, passed on. Minister Chabane endeared himself to all of us by the manner in which he arranged the funeral of President Mandela. He led the Inter-Ministerial Committee on State Funerals capably and effortlessly, and pulled out all stops to give Madiba a befitting send-off. Sadly, here we are today, bidding him farewell so soon after Madiba. He is laid to rest on Human Rights Day, which on its own symbolizes his unwavering commitment to the entrenchment of human rights culture in our country. We could not join the national event in Uitenhage commemorating the massacre that claimed the lives of our people 30 years ago. As we bid farewell to Minister Chabane on Human Rights Day, we acknowledge the sacrifices that accompanied the struggle for democracy and reaffirm our commitment to advance human rights as enshrined in the Constitution. The manner in which we lost him and the 2 police officers calls for us to reflect deeply on road safety. Drivers should observe the rules of the road. Whether they see traffic officers or not, it is up to all of us to drive safely and save lives. We are informed that this driver was making a U-turn on the highway. Maybe he will say what happened. I think it was at about 1 after midnight. What this driver, in my view, did not do was to park the truck and rest. I'm clear he was sleeping. He woke up and saw the car. He did not know what he was doing and swerved. And yet the rule says, once you feel tired or fatigued, stop aside, sleep to rest so that you are permanently sober behind the wheel. I'm saying this because it must be a lesson to all of us. Here was a man. I don't know what was the situation. He might have been trying to turn. I don't know. What is it? Where was he going to turn to? Because it is one way. Is it a one way? Not so. So where was he going to turn to? So it is clear he did not obey the rules. I'm not sure about taking something. Some people said he was smelling something. Again, breaking the rules. By a simple man, another citizen, breaking the rules, he has robbed us of 3 lives. When we drive, I think all of us should just bear that in mind, that there are lives on the roads that need to be saved, including yours. It's very important. Maybe we should strengthen the rules and the punishment of those who break the rules. I spoke to the Minister of Transport saying, what else can we do? Because not very far from there, we lost another valuable comrade less than a decade ago. How could we stop losing valuable citizens on the road, which is easily avoidable if we follow the rules. The carelessness on the roads cannot continue in this manner. The human cost is enormous. Government cannot solve this problem alone. It requires the commitment and actions of all road users. We all have a collective responsibility. Fellow South Africans, a soldier has fallen. A leader has fallen. We must honor his memory by continuing the struggle for a better life for all, especially the poor and the working class, for which he committed his entire life. In his son today, I saw another Collins emerging. I promised him that as I did to his father, I'm going to recruit him. On behalf of government and the people of South Africa, we extend our deepest condolences to the Chabane family. Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, who is representing me in Namibia at the inauguration of the President-elect Comrade Hage Geingob today, extended his condolences personally to the family during the week. He would be here with us if he had not to go and deputize in Namibia. We have received countless messages from all corners of the country expressing pain and loss and paying tribute to Minister Chabane. The President-elect of Namibia, whom I met in Lesotho on the inauguration of the new Prime Minister, actually said to me when I said, I'm sorry, I've sent an apology, I'm not coming because I've lost a minister. He said to me, I've known Collins very much. At times he often came to Namibia to visit, just to visit, at times just to play golf. He says if we did not have the inauguration, many of us would have been in his funeral. His staff sent me this message, and I quote, "We learned so much from the minister and were inspired by his sharp mind and hard work. He was so kind and warm to all staff members of all levels. We are devastated at his untimely passing. He was an empowering and an inspirational individual. He let his work speak for itself and shied away from glory and praise. Such humility and grace. We are in deep pain. May his soul rest in peace," unquote. Very few of us will be described in this manner by our staff. Indeed, the loss of Chabane to the Chabane family is the loss of the whole nation. We are all feeling the pain together with the family. It's going to be difficult to close this gap. This is a comrade who grew through the ranks of the ANC in the true sense of the word, who did everything you can think of. We'll miss him in the ANC conferences as he chairs the session, first item on the agenda, where we look at the ANC constitution, whether we want to amend it or whatever. He always explained calmly things that other people will be feeling very strong about. We'll miss him in the cabinet, as he would come when the debate is hot and come at a point when you think the debate maybe is moving in a particular direction and raise very pertinent issues. We'll miss him too in the meetings of the National Executive Committee. But also his very light-hearted way of presenting things. To some of us, he was like a son, because we saw him grow before our eyes and becoming a matured leader. So the loss is not just for the family, but for his organization, the ANC, and his country, South Africa. Chabane Waminga, Kuri, Dlamani, Shimambani, Mashakazi, Malenga, Gunyule, Shishangashile, Mnwaniti, Mtupi, Mchopi. Shingela babeni. Matoto yati huku. Farewell, freedom fighter, combatant, commissar, MK soldier, former political prisoner, a dedicated servant of the people, and accomplished musician, a husband, a father, and to me, personally, a son. Famba kahle animal, nyamazana. Hamba kahle qhawe lamaqhawe. Siyohlala sikukhumbula njalo. Thank you very much. Oh, hindele ndlela esihambayo. Oh, hindele ndlela esihambayo. Oh, hindele ndlela esihambayo. Oh, hindele ndlela esihambayo. Washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-Freedom Day. Washumandela kubalandeli sohlangana nge-freedom day washo uMandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom day indlela esihambayo indlela esihambayo indlela esihambayo washo uMandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom day washo uMandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom day lendlela esihambayo lendlela esihambayo lendlela esihambayo lendlela esihambayo washo uMandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom washo uMandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom day lumhla sibuyayo lumhla sibuyayo kodula kuthi lumhla sibuyayo kodula kuthi tu the car ogoduma empamba phezulu kwentaba the car ogoduma empamba phezulu kwentaba lumhla sibuyayo kodula kuthi lumhla sibuyayo kodula kuthi tu the car ogoduma empamba phezulu the car ogoduma empamba phezulu kwentaba hosi kitwile kakubulabula kwamalamlele kitwile thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your profound words, which are guiding all of us. Fine condolences to the family. Mr. President, as we are talking here, demonstrating your understanding of Xitsonga, I saw jealousy amongst the officials. Because the SG knows no single, he can't even greet in song. Abshing SG. Thank you very much, Mr. President. At this point in time, we're taking everything to the hands of the SANDF. Chaplain General Tamangile is going to be leading this part for us. General.
Mr. President, our Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force, permission, sir, to continue with the devotions. I was requested by the Program Director, the Honorable Minister of Arts and Culture, to summarize my message. I translated that request to an order. Therefore, allow me to express our heartfelt condolences on behalf of the Minister of Defense and military veterans to the Chabane family, particularly to his wife, children and siblings, and parents. We also would like to express our condolences to the two bodyguards who paid the ultimate price in the line of duty. The summary of my message is as follows. The grim Reaper death does not speak the last word. God speaks the last word, and God's word is loud and clear. Those who dwell in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of Almighty God. May the people of God say, Amen. Let us do the benediction. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Amen. We will now get our marching orders after the minister has announced some few announcements. I thank you.
Thank you, General. We are going to make this announcement. The entourage, when we leave, would be the hearse, a motorcade there, with the President, the Premier of Limpopo, King Mpepu, the ministers in the past of the family, and people know they have tax, they have to go there. We must announce here that the space where we are going is too small for all of us. So if some of the dignitaries here will find themselves short of things like chairs, they should understand there is a limited space there. Secondly, the elderly, the frail, will be served lunch here. And all of us are asked to go to the primary school across. I don't know whether across at the back or left or right, but across. We'll know the primary school. Those are the announcements we want to make. Thank you very much.
The following marching orders will be observed. South African National Defence Force Paul Bearers, Brigadier General Fongoka, Brigadier General McHugh, Brigadier General Setlare, Brigadier General Sihloho, Rear Admiral Christian, Rear Admiral Gumede, Brigadier General Sitlishe, Brigadier General Mapaha.
Welcome back. We are still at the Saselamani Sports Ground where the funeral of Minister Collins Chabane is still going ahead, but we are almost at the end. It's been grueling, about 4 or 5 hours. People have been sitting. They have been very patient. The procession will now move into the cemetery at Chikundu village where Minister Chabane comes from. Our reporter Janji Chauke is there. He will take us through all what will be happening there. I'm still with my fellow colleagues, Griselda Louise and Vuyom Voko. But with me right now, it's some family members of Collins Chabane. I've got a family member who was instrumental when Minister Collins Chabane was hiding when he came back from exile. She harbored him in her house at Nkowankowa. Mama, can you take us through as to what was happening when, at the time, Mr. Chabane was running away from the law? Mitsunzukaini.
I've missing and it's a Nkowankowa session, Samapulukwane, Collins Chabane, Atamaka, Hinankarulo, Akutumiwa, Bachavana Maporisa, Atana Butuamina Pai, Botane, Utame Kungo Fukaya, Mkegula, Manamina, Polina, Washivasa. Munisi banguhlayisa yongohlayisa kukonta loko akhomiwa ayiswa Robben Island still ashitangatandaka ngokuyirumela mahungu na kuyipfushela.
Sis, also you were part of the family. Surely the funeral is almost over. What will you remember about Minister Chabane?
I will remember him as a humble man with a smile. He was an uncle to me. He was an uncle to us. We used to call him Uncle Collins. Uncle Kali, may his soul rest in peace.
Let's hear from the final family member. Mama, Mitsundukaini Nkulukumba Chabane.
Ditsunzuka Collins Chabane loko a ri nkowankowa a maphorisa ba ba caca a tsutsumele ka emariveni va fika va jikise movha va tumbela hala ndzhaku maphorisa va hundza straight loko va hundza va tlhelelana kambe endzhaku enkowankowa ni ri moya wa we a wu tlele hi kurhula.
Those are the family members of Minister Chabane who were giving us stories of how Mr. Chabane used to evade police officers during the times when he was running away from the police. He was a fugitive by then when he was still branded a terrorist. I'm now taking it to my fellow colleagues. It's Griselda Louise and Vuyom Vogue at the other side.
Well, thank you very much to our colleague there, Mike Moringa, speaking to some of the Chabane family members. And what will happen now is that the cottage will leave to the gravesite, which is about 500 meters away from here, Vuyo. And that will be the last phase, of course, of the funeral of the late Minister of Public Service and Administration, Collins Chabane. But certainly a fitting tribute there from President Jacob Zuma, referring to him as his son. Basically exactly what we were talking about a bit earlier, that the ANC trusted Collins Chabane. I mean, the president saying he reached political maturity when, he went to Robben Island, the torture certainly that many of their comrades had gone through at the time. But Collins Chabane stood the test of time and contributed quite immensely to the African National Congress and to South Africa.
Well, certainly, Griselda, even in the age of Google, rarely do you get everyone saying the same things about a person, and perhaps more importantly, saying it in all sorts of different ways, using different languages, having their own anecdotes, but all of them consistently painting a particular picture of the man that no one has been able to contradict, even in a very small way, which I think is important, and which I also think South Africa will learn a lot from. I'm definitely sure, because after our conversation this morning, I saw some of the people talking back, sort of writing to us and saying, thank you very much, SABC, for actually raising the sort of questions we wanted you to ask. And among those is a question of how come a life that was so well lived, a life so rich, only gets to be celebrated when a man is dead. And I think what South Africans are saying, perhaps in not so many words, is that celebrate these kinds of lives when a person is still alive, so that we can learn a lot from such people.
But this is clearly demonstrated in the fact that some of these sentiments that are also shared, and that the President also touched on it, to say that there was no task that was too big or too small. We're talking about clearly a very big man here, but there's no task too small, too big. He would accept any challenge or any work that he was deployed to by the African National Congress. Certainly something which you say that I almost said the SABC. Certainly something that the ANC, would need to look at in terms of the traits that Collins Chabane himself had exemplified. That should certainly echo in the ANC.
I also think that, in an age where we have in so many ways taught young people that it's easy to be rewarded. You just have to have the right connection. You have to have the right family behind you. You have to have the right politician behind you, and it's easy for you, whether it's to get a tender or whether it's to get a job or any such things. And I think the picture that people have painted of Collins Chabane is perhaps a lesson to everyone, young and old, that there are no shortcuts, that it is important to learn as you go, to be allowed to grow, and sometimes challenges, some very, very serious challenges get thrown at you, and you should be able to embrace that, with both hands. Accept leadership. Do what you are told, even though sometimes you may differ.
It's
with
challenging.
The people who are telling you what.
That's right. As President Jacob Zuma was saying, he would differ with some of his colleagues. They would be angry at him, but he knew what was the right thing to do.
Still accepted leadership and authority.
That's absolutely right. Thank you very much there to Vuyo Mvoko. We're going to go now to my colleague Njanji Chauke, who perhaps you caught earlier on this morning at the home of Collins Chabane in the Chikundu village, but he's going to be at the cemetery now, and will give you exactly what's going to take place there, what's expected to happen once the cottage arrives there, and basically what the order of ceremony will be. Njanji?
Thanks for joining us here, Griselda, at the burial site of the Maluleke clan. As you know, that Collins Chabane was of royal blood. So where we are standing right now, that's where they bury people from the Maluleke clan. He'll actually be buried next to his father, Etienne. As I speak to you right now, you can see behind me, this is where he will be laid to rest. They started doing those preparations in the early hours of this morning. It was a big hive of activity. as we wait for that cortege to come through here for that service to get underway. But just to give you an idea of what will be happening once they arrive here, the president will be ushered through to the marquee where the immediate family members as well as the president will be seated. There will be the removal of the national flag from the coffin. That flag will be handed to the family by the military, and then the last post will be sounded. Now, the significance of the sounding of the last post, as you know, that this is an official funeral, a Category 1 funeral, and hence we are going to see the last post sounded, and then that post is normally accorded to people such as soldiers. So for the journey that he has traveled as a government minister, we'll be seeing that post being sounded today. Earlier, we spoke to some of the people around here who spoke to us about the role that Collins has played in society. Also, putting Shikundu, that humble village of Shikundu, on the national map, saying through him they were able to see a bit of service delivery. As you know, that this area of Malamulele has been under the spotlight in the past few months with regards to issues of them demanding their own municipality. And today, having had King Minga emphasizing that issue, if they want to honor Collins Chabane, maybe it's about time that the municipality be named after Collins Chabane. It will be interesting to see what will be happening going forward, but we are waiting for the cortege to arrive here. He will be laid to rest right behind us here. As you can see, the SABC is also well prepared. If I look more to my left, we've got the Jimmy Jeep camera that will be giving South Africans that aerial view as the coffin is lowered to the ground and slided into this place here. Preparation started earlier this week in terms of preparing this area. As I said earlier, that this is actually a family burial site where his father has been laid to rest, as well as other relatives of the Chabane household. Is back to you in Sasalamani Stadium. Is back to you in Sasalamani Stadium.
Thank you, Njanji. We are now back at Sasalamani Stadium. The masses of this province and the country at large are still here. They won't be able to go into the cemetery side. It's a very limited space, like we heard when the minister was announcing. But there are about 4 or 5 screens, very big screens, that these people can still follow the proceedings from. They've been here since 8 o'clock in the morning. Some of them are thirsty, some of them are hungry. But because they are burying a person of Chabane's nature, they have decided to remain here up until everything is done and dusted. But during the course of the week, I spoke to a neighbor who indicated to me, was telling me exactly what kind of a man Minister Chabane was. He indicated that he was the kind of a man who, if he's in the village, he will not drive back to Gauteng or to Polokwane without seeing the neighbors. He will greet them, sit down with them, tackle small issues with them. Right now, we've got one of the neighbors who will briefly tell us as to what did Minister Chabane mean to the village. Mama, Tatana Chabane ababla in ka village le.
Tatana Chabane abrina nkoka ukulukumba ndeni ka vutomi bya hina. Ko kumbe riva tava misa Tatana Chabane. Tatana Chabane aba swi kota ku pfuna eka vanhu loko munhu ala ku pfuniwa. Se n'wina vanhu hinkwerhu kokwani Chabane va hi siyile. A hi amukeleni ku swi endlekile.
Ku na xin'wana xa nkoka lexi mi xi tsundzukaka kumbe xin'wana hi Tatana Chabane lexi xa ha ri kona mihleketini ya n'wina va nga tshama xi endla kumbe ku xi vulavula kwala ka Xikunda?
Mina lexi ni nga xi vulaka eka Tatana Chabane a ku ri munhu lowo pfuna eka n'wana wa mina loyi a nge le University of Pretoria. A va swi kotile ku n'wi apulayela basari a kota ku pfuneka hi swa xikolo. Se hikokwalaho hi swona a ni fanele ni swi vula ndzeni ka vutomi ne le ku pfunekeni ka mina eka Tatana Chabane.
Now that he's gone, Marian.
Hey, hi lahlekeriwile. Hi lahlekeriwile, a ku na lexi nga xi vulaka i ku va hi amukela ndzeni ka vutomi bya yena. Chabane va fambile mara swa tika, a swi olovi.
Mama, Marian n'wina hi vutomi bya Tatana Chabane mi tsundzuka yini?
Tatana Chabane a ku ri munhu wa kahle lava a va kota ku fikelela eka timithini ta hina ta ANC. Mina ni le komitini ya Women's League kwala branchini. a va kota ku ta va kota ku hi pfuna minkarhi yin'wana va kota ku hi endlela na ti-lunch hi kota ku dya ti-meeting ta hina va kote ku pfuna tifemeli to tala kwala tikweni xin'wana xa nkoka a ku ri munhu wo titsongahata swinene tatani Chabane a va swi kota ku loko mi kha mi famba kwala ndleleni loko va yima weda va mi tiva or a va mi tivi a va ta yima va chika va ta mi xeweta hi ku titsongahata se a ku ri munhu wa xichavo swinene hikwalaho hi ta va misa swinene hikwalaho hi ri moya wa vona wu etlele hi kurhula.
There you have it. It's the same story time and again. It's about Mr. Chabane's humility. They are talking the same story, that he was a kind of a person who will not just drive past you, he will stop and ask you where you are going. And also the first lady that I spoke to indicated that Mr. Chabane played a very pivotal role in the family, where he applied for a bursary for his son, who is now studying at the University of Pretoria. That was made possible because of his efforts. But for now, let me take it to my colleague who's on the other side, Griselda Lewis.
Well, they travel from far and wide to come and say goodbye to the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Collins Chabane. So many people, I'm sure the visuals that you've seen on your screen are from people who've been sitting outside in the marquee, braving the sun quite extensively, and many of them lining, of course, the streets in Shikundu, as we saw yesterday, also this morning, just as the funeral got underway. Many are saying they will not take the opportunity, or rather, they will take the opportunity. It is a must for them to do so, to come and say goodbye to a man who put Shikundu on the map. The son of Shikundu is going to his final resting place now, not too far from here, about 500 meters from this place where we're standing at the stadium at the moment. But Godfrey is one of those people who traveled quite a long distance to come here and say goodbye to Minister Collins Chabane. Godfrey, let's talk about why it was very important, first of all, for you to be here today, to come and be at the service.
Correct. Yeah, we feel very much honored, of course, to come and pay the last respect to our fallen hero, Mr. Collins Chabane. He is the son of the soil, the son of here. Indeed, we feel very much honored, and we're grateful to come and pay the last respect.
How would you want to see his legacy, the legacy of Collins Chabane, to be remembered here in Shikundu? What do you have as the people? I know you're about 20 k's from here, but Shikundu and the nearby villages, of course.
I actually want to say the municipality being established, of course, named after him, just to honor him.
That sounds fantastic. A municipality, the residents are calling for the villages after Collins Chabane. Let me see if I can grab somebody else as well who's prepared to speak to me here. Let's see. Usually, oh, there you go. I've got a tap on my shoulder. Very participating as well, sir. It's very important, of course, for you to be here today as well. I see you're surrounded by so many of the villages as well. For you, what does this signify? I know it is, under very difficult circumstances, but Collins Chabane was one of you.
Yeah, you say, Mr. We are crying about what's happened for Mr. Chabane, but fortunately, nothing can we do, because life is a traffic jam. We will follow the footsteps of our hero. So, Mr. Collins Chabane may rest in peace.
How did it inspire you as a young person?
It's to go to school, and then we get our own municipality so that we can go to school. I think we'll get a better education. So I think it's fine.
Well, absolutely. Certainly what we've been hearing throughout the course of the week is that he inspired the youth in this area to really go to school, and many of them saying they looked up to him. Let's speak to one more person at the moment. Mama, I see you're also here today looking, very dignified as well. Why was it important for you to come here?
Hi tirela ko tala tha minister wa hina Collins Chabane laha a nga hi endlela leswi a nga u dyondzise swo tala hi ta sala hi va ti role model ta yena hi dyondzile swo tala ka Collins lero hi lahlekeriwile hi le ku tweni ka ku vava laha a Northern Province.
The lady basically saying there it's quite a loss as well for the death of Collins Chabane. They looked up to him in this province, and certainly that legacy will continue. Let me see if I can speak to one other individual as well. We've got a young man. You can stand right there, sir. You're a young person. How are you going to carry on the legacy of the late minister? He's done his work. What are you going to do as a young person here in Shikundu?
Actually, what we are trying is just that we want to be educated and then do whatever he did to be successful. We want to emulate this legacy. that's what we will be doing through the whole year. And
fantastic, saying he wants to emulate there Collins Chabane and exactly what it is that he stood for as well. Let me see if I can't move towards that direction and speak to one of the other residents here. Sir, let me see you here. I see you are dressed in your black, green and gold. For you, what did Collins Chabane mean for you?
Collins Chabane, it's a dedicated comrade, one who was very selfless, who worked towards the betterment of the lives of the ordinary people. So what we learn from him is that we should emulate him. Whenever and whatever time we are given responsibilities to discharge, we should act exactly like he did in whatever position, be it in leadership, in our MDM structures or in government or wherever, civil service. Dedicate ourselves to serve for the betterment of the people, of the ordinary people on the ground.
Certainly that's what we understand he did in this community. Yes. Every time he was in Shukundu, the people of Shukundu would know that he was around. He would contribute towards the development and also, give back to those who couldn't afford. He made it. Many others are still trying to get up that ladder, not really in politics, but in other spheres of life.
Yeah, he has been very exemplary. And I've said from the beginning, that even ourselves, the way he has been doing a service or discharging service, helping the needy, we also have to emulate him and continue this culture of teaching our young people to take responsibility seriously and take the lives of the other people very seriously. If you are to be a better person in life to be remembered, you should be remembered for doing the best to uplift the life of the other people. Thank you.
Well, certainly what I'm picking up from the people of this province is that they take the baton from somebody like Collins Chabane and want to emulate him and certainly do or take over from what he has certainly done for this community and for this country, calling for education, saying that they'd like to see the municipality in this area named after the late minister. But I'm going to go to my colleague now, Mike Maringa, who will tell us a bit more about what's happening on his side. Mike?
It's indeed true, Griselda, that Minister Chabane did not only appeal to the young people, the old people as well are saying the same thing, that he was a selfless person who was not only looking into his village, he was only looking into the province as a whole, the country as a whole. He served with this country with a lot of pride and determination. Let me quickly talk to one of the youth member from this village to tell us as to what exactly did Minister Chabane mean. Mama, Chabane ora ring molin.
Moro na re ithutile ntwe kgolo mo Chabane go ka moso ba rena le boso ba rena re no dula re moshetse merao mesepelo ya hae ra ishela morao nna ke tswa ke le moletši and then Chabane go re itukisitse go yena goreng re phele mo ma sepetšeng gona re tšwele pele se shileng rena re tšwele pele ka sona re le baso.
She's coming all the way from Mulechi outside Polokwane. She said she has learned a lot from Minister Chabane, and what she will take from his life was that she'll be exemplary to everything that he has done. Before I rush to Vuyo, let me talk to this old man next to me. Papa, what did Chabane mean to you?
Chabane, to me, I take him like as a young brother of Mr. Mandela, because his life was very good for everyone. He's got no apartheid. And he respects each other. Even a small child, he respects him. He's got no discrimination. That's why I come all the way from Mukumbani, from King Kennedy Chivase to here, to Achikundu. So I like him. I came here because I feel my heart was feeling very painful when I came down here with the bus. That's why I didn't sleep even yesterday. The whole night I was thinking about Mr. Chabane, because he was man of men. He was man of men. That is why I say he's like Mr. Mandela. To me, I say that he should be everything. Can be municipality, can be the president, because his life is very good. The man who is speaking right now, my name is Gerson Tabana from Mukumbani.
Mr. Gerson Chabane from Chabane has put it very right. Like many people have been indicating that Mr. Chabane needs to be honored for all he has done. He was touched by his life. That's why he took that early trip to Saselamane so that he can be part of this process. Let me take it now to Vuyo at the other side. Vuyo.
Well, thanks very much, Mike. Well, with me here is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Lechisa Tenoli, who did spend a lot of time with him as a member, an honorable member of the National Assembly. What can you say about him, his life, his contribution in the House?
It's a very sad one. He used to be my neighbor when we began in the 94 onwards. We used to call each other neighbor. In fact, sometimes when he wanted to call me, he would forget that he calls me neighbor in his phone and would ask people for my number. He was particularly a valuable presence in all meetings, whatever meetings they are. In many times, members of parliament have to do with a lot of reading, with a lot of engaging complex things. Comrade Collins had a complex brain. He was able to navigate difficult issues, given the multi-party nature of parliament. A person like him contributed a lot to picking out good things that came out from a variety of sources and gave us interesting, novel solutions to what initially would have appeared to be a complex problem. So we will miss him for that reason. But also inside parliament, often it is expected that only backbenchers be the ones who raise points of order and so on. He was a very alert minister, but he always did it with discipline. He always checked, I'm told, with the people who were his chief whips or deputy chief whip, so that he doesn't break the rules of what was agreed to and so on. But he was mischievous. Comrade Collins was mischievous. He had a hell of a sense of humor. In many instances, you could see him in his face when he was about to raise a mischievous sense of humor. And of course, he often got away with it, but the important thing about him was you notice that this person is not just here, sitting here doing nothing, but is very alert to what is taking place inside here. Comrade Collins, because of his he was an institution builder. When I spoke the other day, I referred to the work he did during the negotiation to craft the Constitution, but not only to craft the Constitution, but to make provision for the institutions that we were going to require to build, that would be the foundation of the new dispensation that we were building. It is very clear that his thinking and the way he thought, being an engineer and so on, enabled him to see the interconnectedness of many issues and also did not treat difference as a problem. He was able to navigate those things so intelligently. It's interesting
you say that, Deputy Speaker, because earlier I was speaking to the leader of the ACDP, Reverend Kenneth Meshwe, and one of the things he said was that he was one of those people who made you forget which party you belong to. All that bound you together was the fact that you're working in the National Assembly, working in that legislature for the good of all South Africans.
Absolutely. Even diplomats, this is what they say about him. He was a fair human being. He understood that party politics has its place, and there was no question about how he played it. He was forthright, he was very sharp and understood the rules as are played inside our political space. But inside Parliament, in interaction with other members, but also other issues, he discussed issues dispassionately in ways that got you excited in the nature of what was being discussed. This is why his ability to summarize, grasp things is one of those skills that we badly need inside Parliament. Not all of us all the time can read all the material that is there before us. So we needed people like Collins with the ability to have read and to summarize the essential points inside many at times very complex reports that sit before us. He was also disciplined. When we talk about discipline, we mean his availability to the Committee of Parliament, which is multi-party, but also to his study group, an ANC-specific study group. So that level of discipline is what all of us, as presiding officers, as members of Parliament in the leadership position, expect of our ministers to do. He was practically an exemplary minister. You've just heard how his staff reacts to him. We know that his simplicity, and so on. You knew this man enjoys what he is doing. It's not a fake. simplicity, but he genuinely feels much doing things in an easy way, uncomplicated way, and so on. And that communicated a lot of things to many of the people in Parliament, but also outside, those who came visiting and asking difficult questions about our country. He was always ready. You'd know about him that he often was the one program directing things. His sense of humor is what carried us through those difficult protocol days, because protocol can often be stiff, and without someone with a sense of humor, the place would be absolutely boring. And this is what we are going to miss about him in the corridors of Parliament. Yeah.
Now, a lot of people say it's a bit of an irony that we get to hear about all these good things about him as a person, as a politician, as a leader. We hear about these things only the day he died. And given the challenges facing our Parliament today, aren't these the sort of people we should be bringing to the fore and bringing to South Africans, delivering to South Africans, so that people can learn some of the good things that are being done, but do so before a person dies?
It is difficult for us to talk about ourselves as individuals and the skills we may or may not have. Often we are overwhelmed by the work that we have to do, the issues that people confront us with, that they place before us, so that there's very little time to talk about ourselves. Of course, there are those people who in Parliament we notice that they are very excellent people, veterans like the late Ndate Diale in Sekhukhune, who died recently. Fortunately for us, we had time to interview him so that he tells us about his story, where he began and how he grew inside the movement, his experiences of apartheid, but his role in the corridors of lawmaking there as an ordinary man, self-taught, absolutely disciplined. And so those kind of things about people, unfortunately, I'm not going to promise that we will be able to hear them in advance. Out of his own humility, he never used to speak about himself in the first place. You just saw him acting and so on. I mean, one of the things about what we now know about the brain, and when you play a variety of things such as music, that your brain becomes even more effective. It's no wonder Comrade Collins acted so sharply and so on, because he had that as part of his maintaining his sanity, but also engaging his brain using a variety of issues, deep, complex, philosophical, political, but also music. Music can be complex, can also go to areas that are very difficult to reach. We hope that over time we will have an opportunity for people like Comrade Collins. His name will certainly go to the Garden of Remembrance where the Parliament is located. But we are talking about ideas on how do we memorialize those who came, who played a critical foundation role. He's one of the key players who established, not only firstly by destroying the old order himself, but also in putting in place systems that replaced it as a key negotiator and player during the negotiations. The Constituent Assembly Management Committee that was led by Pravin Gordhan, he was one of the bright sparks inside that management committee. And one of the things they had to deal with was how do we carry the mandate of the organization, but hear the others who we are negotiating with and find something useful in what they are saying, but rejecting their ideological position. Okay? So that's a very delicate balance to play. So he is one of those who played that role on our behalf. We can only be grateful that we had people like them in those structures to shape the kind of constitution that many are proud about. And so those who assume that we would do anything to undo it are misguided. And we hope that the best tribute we can play to him is to emulate his personality, meaning those good things about him, his absolute humility, his simplicity, and not to allow the position that we hold in government or in society to go to our head. We owe it to our people. They are better served when we respect them, not as a fake political thing, but as a genuine outpourance of our upbringing amongst the people of this country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Lechisa Tonoli, talking passionately about what the lessons that we ought to learn from this life that has gone and left us so soon. Talking passionately about how politicians should try and emulate people like Collins Chabane and not let politics and the political offices that they occupy to get into their heads, but to be humble and to be with the people. Well, we are continuing to bring you all the tributes as the procession goes to his final resting place, where Njanji Chauke, my colleague, is.
Thanks for joining us here at the Maluleke Clan burial site as the focus is now going to shift to this area. As we said earlier, this is the burial site where people from the Maluleke Clan are being buried. Here I'm talking about the Chabanes, the Chaukes, and all the other people that fall under that clan. As that funeral procession comes this way, we've seen a bit of activity. Earlier I saw some of the military officers arriving here to prepare for that service that will get underway here. But joining me right now is one of the relatives of Colin Chabane. He is actually a nephew according to the Xitsonga culture, meaning his mother is the brother of Colin Chabane's father. His name is Jerry Chauke. Inkomo kuba mivana ina namuntlha minga hlamsela leswaku mi titwa njhani hi ku lova ka Muchaviseki Chabane?
Mina ni titwa hi ku sesana ti kahle mhaka ku loko malume a fambile nkarhi walowo a nga famba hi wona kusukela hi ti 15 years a hetlelangi ngopfu hi mhaka ku twa rifu leri a nga fambisa swona kambe hi ri amukerile ka swona hinkwaswo ka swona ku ta fika namuntlha hi konda ku va hi kota ku hetelelana na yena a konda ku ya landa va tata wa yena vakokwane hi mina ntukulu Jerry Chauke ku ya kule hi ku vulavula a ni nga ta ha swi kota futhi ku va ni tsanile ka swilo leswi swo tanihi leswi enkomo.
Okay, manga hi hlamuselanyana hi nkulukumba Colin Chabane a ri munhu wa njhani n'wina tanihi ntukulu loko mi karhi mi hanya na yena loko a ri kona laha misaveni?
Ko malume loko a hi karhi hi hanya na yena mikarhi leyi hinkwayo loko hina hi velekiwile ku tanihi sweswi a nga fambisa swona ya xilungwini ku ta fika laha a nga kona ka swilo leswi hinkwaswo a famba mikarhi leyi hinkwayo ku ya famba hinkwako lomu a famba kona a karhi a hlamusela swilo leswi a tirhaka swona na sweswi ni vona ntshungu lowu wu karhi wu vulavulaka na yena nkulukumba loyi a nga yima na mina ku ni kota ku hlamusela swilo leswiwani i swilo leswi swi nga hi boha phakati ka muti sweswi a ha tivi leswaku hi fanele hi swi endlisa ku yini loko a fambile na swa yena a ha oleli enkuma hikuva kuma loko i karhi u kukula la phakati ka nasika a wa ha vuyeli la phakati ka muti hi swona leswi ni nga ha vulavulisi swo tala ngopfu a hehleni ka n'wana wa malume wa mina.
Loko ni languta laha masirheni ni vone ku tatana wa Colin Chabane na vona va vekiwe laha ma nga hi byela nyana hi ndhawu leyi nga ka yona laha?
Ndhawu leyi loko ni bebuliwa mina kusukela hi 1943 laha loko laha Ximuwanini vakokwani hi vona lava nga ni hlayisa loko ni feliwe hi tata wa mina ivi manane a vuya vukatini a vuya endyangwini wa ka vona a ta hlayisiwa hi va makwa wa kona ivi loko se va karhi va famba ni va lahlile a nga mina ntukulu wa kona hinkwavo ni karhi ni vuya dorobeni kwa leswo karhi ivi vakokwani va ku mi hlayisa xitukulwana lexi xa mina loyi munhu a nga ta karhata na mina a mi nga ta vona ntlangu lowu se nga ta va se ri sona na mako wa mina a nga nisi na se se ha hlayisekile ka vakokwana ku konda na se se ni nga yimisa sweswiwani
inkomo. There you have it from Mr. Jerry Chauke, who according to the Xitsonga culture could be described as a nephew, even though he is much older than the late Collins Chabane. What it implies is that his mother is the sister to Collins Chabane's father. He was just explaining to me about the significance of this burial site, saying that this is where they bury all the people from the clan of Maluleke, meaning the Chabanes, the Malulekes, the Mingas, and as well as the Chaukes. All those people that fall under that clan get buried here. What is also significant about this burial site is that Collins Chabane's father, Etienne, has also been buried here. I had the opportunity of going to the grave and to have a look at the Collins Chabane's father. He's also been buried there, meaning that Mr. Chabane will be laid next to his father. So that is quite symbolic, is very important in all the family members being laid in the same area. A short while ago we saw some activity here, as we know that the funeral procession has just left Saselamani Stadium, meaning that the focus is going to shift to this area as Collins Chabane is buried. I saw some military officers arriving a short while ago, as we know that this is a very high profile funeral service indeed, the category 1 funeral that Collins Chabane is being awarded as a minister that was serving in the administration of President Jacob Zuma. So it's been a very busy week indeed, even the SABC having arrived here as early as Monday and reporting all the events that have been happening, the memorial services that have been taking place throughout the week in Polokwane, in Pretoria, as well as here in Shukundu, where Collins Chabane was born and bred. The people of Shukundu really speaking very highly of Collins Chabane, speaking about his generosity, about how he's been helping school pupils in terms of sponsoring them with school trips as well as the feeding schemes. So he was their beacon of hope, really, as we know that this area has been under the spotlight in the past few months with what we've seen happening in Malamulele, and those views that have since been echoed by King Shilongwa Minga, saying that as an honor to Collins Chabane, it will be good to name the municipality after Collins Chabane. It remains to be seen what will be happening going forward as we wait for that funeral procession. We also had President Zuma also speaking very highly of Collins Chabane, who as a minister who was serving in his government, the role that he played in establishing the evaluation department within the presidency. So we are still waiting for that funeral procession. As you can see, all people are taking their position where Collins Chabane will be laid to rest. The place has been prepared. The podium is ready. We're seeing the South African flag. The SABC is ready as well, giving millions of South Africans this live broadcast. But for now, I will throw back to Mike Maringa, who's reporting from outside the stadium in Saselamani.
Thank you, Chauke. We are still at the Saselamani sports ground where the funeral of Mr. Chabane was held. We still have magnitude of people who are sticking around to watch that procession from their television sets or screens that are put here. But let me quickly grab some of the youth members of this village and from the surrounding areas who have seen Mr. Chabane, who have interacted with him, who have something to tell us. Mr. Chabane.
Abaendlela sona va ilwelini ku ta yi ta fikela noma si va hi ta kota ku kuma hi leswi va nga endlela swona.
N'wina papa mi ri ni vutomi bya Mr. Chabane?
Thank you. By the way, we're far from here. We came here early in the morning so that we can come here and bury our leader here. I know Mr. Chabane very well. He was a good leader, all the way. He was so good and straight to what he was doing. We say we felt very sorry for her funeral, but we are saying God only knows what will He give us to replace him. We are so very sorry for the death of that comrade. We say, may your peace, may your soul, comrade Chabane. We love you and we love you forever. Thank you.
Man, I'm going to go to the when I'm here in Kulukumba Chabane of Tom Jab.
And I took over one go for local Lasekere. I mail so tala bon. And team says so tala, Namaspa.
Yeah, same story again. These people are still talking about the humility of Mr. Chabane, the way he fought for this area. But they are also quoting on what the chief said as well, because you remember when the chief was giving his address, he said the people of Malamulele deserve to have their own municipality. They deserve to have their own municipality, and they wish this municipality can be named after Chabane. Let's hear from the lady on my right hand side, ma'am. Very like malamnel ako bena maspalunga tabitan wa tatan Chabane. Vam tirelin tatan Chabane na tikwin.
Va tirelin tro tarangofu. Ile ro loko no sungula ku hlamusela switengo fu leswi va nga endlela swona hi va vanhu hi mhaka ya vona leswi mi vona ku za hi tala hi so hi mhaka ku vona vuswikoti bya vona ka hina.
It's indeed a very sad moment for you, I can see. But let me talk to the brother here. If you can come closer. You were saying that there's a formation that came through the initiative of Mr. Chabane that you are part of. Briefly take us through that.
Okay, I thank you. Yeah, because of his commitment to help the public, he sacrificed his life. He went to exile. He undergone to the apartheid where they have tortured him, but they didn't reveal the truth because of the love of the nation. So he meant that he rather die than to see his people being oppressed. So we will always remember him. And then it motivated us, the people of Shikundu, to stand together to fight for what is best. I can give an example. It's the people of Shikundu who are committed to help the public. Like e.g., we have established the passengers forum that help people to travel their destination to reach wherever they want in time. So we'll always remember him.
That's a very strong message. But let me take this one for the very last time. Ma'am, mitsunduka any Tatan Collins, ma'am, endele na tikwin.
Nda ke tšwelele phalale ke le thabitha ke re ho comrade Collins re ta tšea methala ka moka ya re diretseng yona e mobotse re re moya wa hae a o robala ka khotso re taphela re mo hopola he le tlhabale he le dikela ke a lebo.
Yes, it's community members close and far who are saying that Minister Chabane has contributed immensely to this village, to the province and the country as a whole. But we understand that the cottage is now at the cemetery. Let me now cross over to Janji to get the gist of what's happening then. Janji, over to you.
Burial site. Thanks for joining us again here. As you can see, we are right inside the marquee here, where some of the dignitaries will be coming through to sit here as that funeral service gets underway. The people are starting to gather here. We're seeing a whole lot of community members from this area, some standing outside wanting to witness the burial of the son of Shikundu, Collins Chabane. A short while ago, I also spoke to one of the nephews who expressed his sadness at the passing of Collins Chabane. He spoke very highly of him, explaining to us how they grew up together, and then also saying that but he has left a positive legacy. The work that he has done for Shikundu and for this region as a whole is appreciated, saying that he was a sacrifice that was handed to South Africa by the family of Chabane. In a short while, in the next 30 minutes or so, we are likely to see that funeral procession coming through here, and then as we see, those military officers are waiting to conduct the guard of honor as they arrive here, so that as we know that Collins Chabane is being accorded a Category 1 funeral, as it was announced by the President shortly after his passing last Sunday. It's been a hive of activity here in Shikondo, also around the area. We can see actually on our visuals here the funeral procession arriving, the military leading that funeral procession. We are seeing some cars. I can see the Hesh actually driving through, arriving in the area, obviously in accordance with this funeral. You have to drive slow. We can see there a very somber mood indeed. Some of the community members are arriving here in large numbers to come and witness the funeral of Collins Chabane as the coffin is lowered to the ground. The military officers will be in charge of taking the coffin, and then they will remove the South African flag from the coffin and hand it over to the family. There is that Hesh being ushered into the premises. They're moving very slowly indeed. The people around here looking very sad as they pay tribute to Collins Chabane. The presidential motorcade is also approaching. I can see those black official cars behind the white Hesh and the family cars as well. The military officers standing in guard of honor there as the procession comes through. People are very sad indeed today for having lost this great giant of Shikondo, the man who played such a key role in trying to bring development to this area. He did not only represent himself and the Chabanese, but he represented his community, he represented his village of Shikondo. They are coming through the premises into the graveyard. Everyone is standing up in guard of honor. We can see that Hesh there in front and the family cars. We can see the colonel welcoming them. They're going to usher them in. The family car has arrived. It's a very somber mood indeed. And the weather has really favored us as well here in Shikondo today. We can see the son and the sister also arriving. The president was very congratulatory of Mr. Chabane's son, Matimba, saying that he's seeing another Collins emerge out of Matimba. So that great praise coming from President Zuma. He gave a very moving speech indeed, Mr. Collins Chabane's son. We're seeing the rest of the family members there. It's been a long, devastating and emotional week for the family after having learned of that tragic collision. Collins Chabane's mother being ushered out of the car. We saw her also earlier this week being supported. The local women really streaming to the house in their numbers to go and give that moral support and the comfort to Mr. Chabane's mother, Elizabeth. Having a bit of problem walking there. During the week I was at their house, and I could see that one of her legs was actually supported on a small chair, meaning she has difficulty walking. You can see she's using a stick to walk. We're seeing President Zuma arriving as well. Everyone is being ushered into the marquee. We see President Zuma there greeting some of the mourners and government officials. President Zuma was greeting Minister Mapisa Ngakula there. Outside, we can see more people arriving. There's President Zuma greeting the minister, greeting the president also earlier having given a very moving speech. It was seeing the Speaker of Parliament as well, Baleka Mbete. Sit down. Outside this perimeter, we are seeing community members gathering in their large numbers to come and witness this Category 1 funeral service of Collins Chabane. More cars still arriving at the burial site of Collins Chabane. As we said earlier, this is the burial site of the Maluleke clan, the Chabanes falling under that clan of Maluleke. We are seeing women from the Presbyterian Church also arriving. During the week, they were very supportive of Collins Chabane's mother, Elizabeth, coming to the family household to render prayers and comfort her during this difficult time. We are seeing the Chabanes, the son of the late Mr. Chabane. A very difficult time indeed for the family, losing your parent under those circumstances. 1 minute your parent is alive, the next minute he has died in a collision. We are seeing more people arriving here, some carrying wreaths. They're going around past the gravesite to be seated, so the service, this part of the service, can get underway. Collins Chabane, born on the 15th of March, died 15th of April, dying on the 15th of March. The significance of those dates there, 15. Many people also on Twitter conveying their condolences to the Chabane family. The rest in peace, Minister Chabane hashtag starting to trend. More wreaths, people carrying wreaths that will be put on the grave. The hash is still waiting outside so that everyone could be seated before the proceedings could get underway here. Yesterday we saw members of MKMVA honoring their fallen soldier, chanting slogans, paying tribute to Collins Chabane at his Shikundu village home. And today we are seeing the military. A second ago, we also saw a businessman, Patrice Motsepe, is also here. Mr. Gwede Mantashe with Patrice Motsepe, they're arriving in the marquee. Other members of the family being ushered in. People are giving each other hugs just to comfort each other during this difficult time. Patrice Motsepe greeting Minister Edna Molewa. I'm also seeing the Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi. It's been a difficult time for the African National Congress as well, having lost this giant, the man who has played such a great role in the liberation struggle, having joined the ANC at the tender age of 17. Mr. Gwede Mantashe continuing to greet other members of the party as well as government ministers. Exchanging greetings with Mr. Zweli Mkhize there. Gwede Mantashe greeting the president. We saw the president standing up there to exchange greetings with Gwede Mantashe. Gwede Mantashe having a brief chat there with the president. More and more people are arriving carrying wreaths. As you can see from that Jimmy Jeep shot, we're giving you the aerial shot of the burial site. Family members, friends, colleagues arriving with wreaths to come and bid their farewell to Collins Chabane, the son of Shikundu, the man who put Shikundu on the South African map. Very few people in South Africa knew very little about Shikundu. I can hear the military officers outside. It looks like they will be escorting the hash to come inside the premises of the burial site. Everyone standing up in honor as the band starts playing. The military officers escorting the hearse that is carrying the coffin of the late Mr. Collins Chabane. A somber mood indeed. Must be a difficult time indeed for Mr. Collins Chabane's son, looking devastated there. It's the last time that we'll be seeing his father, Collins Chabane, a man that was very much family oriented. There's a deafening silence here as everyone stands in guard of honor. Collins Chabane, the man that joined the ANC at age 17, Collins Chabane, the father, Collins Chabane, the brother, Collins Chabane, the musician, being laid to rest today. He was a man of many talents indeed. The coffin now being removed from the hearse, with all those senior military officers waiting to, they will take the coffin towards the burial site before the South African flag is removed, folded and handed over to the family. Everyone in the marquee, in the premises, standing in guard of honor as the coffin of Collins Chabane is taken towards the graveside. a very sad time indeed for the African National Congress, for the family, for Shikondo villagers.
Right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, error. Halt! Place, the cover.
It's all hands on deck as the coffin is being put at the right place before it could be lowered.
On, cut, hold, return, return. 2, 3, 31. Go back.
Many community members around the area, some standing outside the perimeter to witness this. The handing of the flag to the family. Can see one of those senior officers carrying the South African flag. Flag being handed to the family. Collins Chabane has done his job. The son looking very sad there indeed. You could hear the sound of a pin drop here. Very serene, very somber. As South Africa bids farewell to Collins Chabane in this Category 1 funeral service. President Jacob Zuma there. Military honors for Collins Chabane here. that last salute for Collins Chabane.
Holy Gospel. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. Come and share the joy of your Lord. Let us pray. Off! Off! Good point! Good point! God Almighty, we believe that beyond the absence, there is presence. Beyond the pain, there is healing. Beyond the brokenness, there is wholeness. Beyond the turmoil, there is peace. Beyond the hurting, there is heaven. Beyond the fighting, there is forgiveness. And beyond the silence, God speaks. Amen. On that pun! That's a pun! 2, 3, good one! Attention! Stop! Up! One! Turn! Turn! Generous run! Present! Up! One! Turn! Turn!
Very difficult time for the family as the last post is being sounded. In typical military style, the last post being sounded for all the fallen soldiers. Very difficult time for the wife. Family can't believe they won't see him again. So A very difficult time indeed for the family, as the last post was sounded, that flag was floated and handed over to the family. There was a very, very somber mood indeed, all the sad faces that we've seen here. We've been reporting live from Shukundu, from Saselamani, bringing you this live coverage of the funeral service of the late Public Service and Administration Minister Collins Chabane. Thanking everyone, Griselda Lewis, Vuyo Mvoko, Mike Maringa. We ensured that we give you this coverage live for South Africa to see as Collins Chabane is laid to rest. He's back to studio.
So scared that we lost it. It took on the ceilings. You showed me love was all you needed, but heaven couldn't wait for you. Heaven couldn't wait for you.
I would say there's no supplements or minerals, something that you can take will completely prevent cancer.
Although vitamins help the body produce and use energy, they do not provide energy themselves because they don't contain calories. Supplements also cannot be used to replace foods or make up for poor dietary habits.
Cases in Liberia are currently doubling every 15 to 20 days, and those in Sierra Leone and Guinea are doubling every 30 to 40 days.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sello Mutau. Watch Health Talk every Saturday on SABC News.
4-month-long strike at the post office is officially over for now.
Workers have indicated to us that we must proceed with a dispute, and we must lead them in the next industrial strike if it comes to that particular point. They felt betrayed by the intervention of our government through the minister, because that intervention simply backstabbed workers.
A sophisticated network of illegal cigarette smugglers spread out across southern Africa.